Chapter 1172. The Mysterious Arcane Heavenly Master. Save me. The Lotus Emperor looked at the majestic blue figure with excitement in his eyes. He couldn't help but exclaim. The blue-robed man with a purple mask glanced at Emperor Qing and nodded. He took a step forward and flew towards Emperor Qing, intending to save him. You want to save Emperor Qing? Don't even think about it. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes. Emperor Qing had tried to kill him several times. He would not allow the blue-robed man to save Emperor Qing. Otherwise, all his efforts would be in vain. Boom, boom. Zhuowen, who had a towering Buddha body, took a step forward and instantly arrived where Emperor Qing was. His towering palm descended, intending to capture Emperor Qing. Humph, you're just a peak heavenly master. Even if you have some powerful secret technique to increase your combat strength, you are still no match for me. No one can stop me from saving the person I want to save. The blue-robed man snorted, and the mental strength in his Niwen palace surged out like a tsunami. The mental strength storm that surrounded the blue-robed man split into tens of thousands in an instant. Bang, bang, bang. The tens of thousands of mental strength storms came crashing down, causing Zhuowen to frown. His hand, which was originally going to grab the blue-robed man, changed direction and faced the terrifying mental strength storm. Boom! The pressure generated by the tens of thousands of mental strength storms was like the water pressure in the deep sea. It was extremely terrifying. Zhuowen felt his right hand being squeezed until it became deformed. Boom! Boom! Under this pressure, Zhuowen groaned and retreated dozens of steps. He looked at the blue-robed man who had landed beside the Azure Emperor with fear in his eyes. Fortunately, Zhuowen was at the 5th level of the Great Nirvana Realm. Although Zhuowen's hand was distorted by the pressure, Zhuowen waved his right hand and the distorted hand returned to its original state. Who exactly are you? Zhuowen's gaze was grave as he looked at the blue-robed man and coldly asked. The blue-robed man's exposed eyes were filled with indifference. He did not answer Zhuowen's question. Instead, he waved his right hand and a surge of mental strength gushed out. The golden energy binding Gene D was instantly destroyed. Thank you for saving me. Emperor Qing, who was rescued, quickly bowed beside the blue-robed man. His eyes were filled with respect. He knew that the blue-robed man in front of him held a much higher position in the Azure Dragon headquarters than him. The blue-robed man waved his hand and looked at Zhuowen. He frowned. Is this man Zhuowen? How come I can't feel any Yuan force from him? But he is Buddhist. The Qing Emperor hurriedly said, Master, you may not know this, but I don't know what kind of secret technique this lad has cultivated to actually produce such a Buddhist body. His other body is still in the Celestial Empire. External avatar? The blue-robed man sounded surprised. Hearing the conversation between the blue-robed man and Emperor Qing, Zhuowen slowly took a few steps back. He faintly guessed that this blue-robed man was likely a member of the Azure Dragon Main Hall. Moreover, his position was definitely much higher than Emperor Qing. Especially the mental energy on this person's body, it actually gave him an extremely strong sense of danger. I think it should be a secret technique similar to the external avatar, Emperor Qing said concisely. So it's just an avatar. Is the original body not here? In that case, let's capture this avatar first. The blue-robed man nodded. Soon after, he waved his sleeve and threw out nearly 100 Yuan crystals. The surface of these Yuan crystals emitted a lustrous white glow, after which the blue-robed man formed a seal with both of his hands. These nearly 100 Yuan crystals erupted with an extremely hot white glow. This white glow rushed into the sky and drew a complicated formation. Swoosh, swoosh. Soon after, 2 figures appeared out of thin air from within the white light. A teleportation array? Zhuowen's eyes narrowed as he stared at the 2 figures that gradually emerged from the white light. This Arcana Heavenly Master's methods were indeed somewhat unusual. He had actually constructed a teleportation array so casually. However, he also knew that this teleportation array should be a short-distance teleportation array. If it was a long-distance teleportation array, it would not have been constructed in such a short time, even if the creator was an arcane heavenly master. These two figures were middle-aged men. They were dressed in similar cyan robes, and on the chest of their robes, there was a ferocious cyan dragon. The aura of these two men was even stronger than that of Yun Zhongjuan and Jin Sheng. They were almost comparable to Azura, the island master of Azura Island. Two fourth-level great emperors. Zhuowen frowned and narrowed his eyes. Who would have thought that this arcana heavenly master would be able to summon two fourth-level great emperors? That was terrifying. Master, what are your orders? The two green-robed men nodded slightly and asked the blue-robed man politely, "Capture this boy alive." The blue-robed man said indifferently, "Yes." The two men in green robes nodded. Soon after, their indifferent gazes landed on Zhuowen. Without further ado, they unleashed their Emperor aura at the fourth level of the Emperor realm. Terrifying Yuan power spread out in all directions, transforming into two green shadows and attacking Zhuowen. 9 flames karmic fire. Seeing the two green-robed men attacking, without saying a word, Zhuowen did not hold back and used the 9 flames karmic fire. He knew very well how big the gap between him and a fourth-level great emperor was. If he did not use his full strength, he would end up in a miserable state. He still has heavenly fire? The blue-robed man raised his eyebrows and whispered in surprise. Boom! Boom! In just an instant, the 9 flames karmic fire spread across the entire horizon as if it was burning the sky. Under the spread of the 9 flames karmic fire, the temperature of the entire county rose at a terrifying speed. Countless warriors in the imperial capital felt as if they were on fire. Some warriors who could not bear it left the imperial capital one after another. They knew that if they continued to stay in the imperial capital, they would definitely be roasted alive by the terrifying temperature. The two green-robed men looked at each other and saw a hint of surprise in each other's eyes. However, the surprise only lasted for a moment before they calmed down. So what if he had heavenly fire? The gap between them and Zhuowen was too big. He probably could not unleash the full power of the heavenly fire. Break! 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 Both of them unleashed the power of the stars at the same time. 18 stars smashed down one by one, bombarding the sea of fire that permeated the entire sky. The terrifying sea of fire stirred up an extremely terrifying flame aftershock. Zhuowen, who was within the sea of flames, frowned slightly. He stomped his foot on the ground, and his 3 kilometers long arm clenched into a fist as he suddenly punched out, smashing fiercely onto the 18 stars. Thump! Thump! However, to Zhuowen's astonishment, the power emanating from the 18 stars was extremely terrifying. Even when he used his full strength to strike the stars, not only was he unable to shatter them, he was even forced back by the power of the stars that permeated the surface. A peak heavenly venerable trying to resist 2 mid-level martial emperors. You're delusional. Even if you have heavenly fire, it's impossible. One of the mid-level martial emperors said indifferently. He exchanged a glance with the other green-robed man. The two of them tacitly moved in a triangular formation and surrounded Zhuowen. Terrifying emperor aura filled the air. Boom! 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 Another terrifying collision occurred. Zhuowen groaned. Under the encirclement of the 2 mid-level martial emperors, he was in an extremely passive state. It could even be said that he was being suppressed. Although Zhuowen's combat strength was monstrous, his true cultivation was only at the peak of the heavenly venerable realm. With heavenly fire and his immortal body, his combat strength was at most comparable to Jin Sheng's. Now that the 2 fourth-level martial emperors had joined forces, Zhuowen was no match for them. It was only a matter of time before he was defeated. Zhuowen spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated a few hundred steps. His chest heaved slightly and his eyes were filled with fear. The gap between him and the mid-level martial emperors was too great. He was no match for the 2 green-robed men. I have to escape. Light flashed in Zhuowen's eyes. He knew that the great restrictive spell formation that trapped Zhuowen could only be broken with the strength of an invincible martial emperor. With his current strength, it was no doubt a fool's dream to break through the great restrictive spell formation. Hence, there was no point for him to stay in the imperial capital. His only regret was that he did not manage to kill Emperor Qing. Within the great restrictive spell formation, Zhuo Xiaotian looked worriedly at Zhuowen. 2 4th-level martial emperors and an arcane heavenly master. Zhuowen was basically in a dead end. The chances of him escaping were too low. However, Zhuo Xiaotian did not have the strength to break through the great restrictive spell formation. Zhuo Xiaotian could not help Zhuowen at all. He could only watch as Zhuowen was beaten up. Emperor Qing, you must die. Taking another step back, Zhuowen of the Buddha Dao glared at the Azure Emperor. He took a step forward and charged towards the Azure Emperor. You overestimate yourself. Emperor Qing was not afraid at all. He had a master by his side. Zhuowen was simply courting death. Hence, he was not worried at all. The blue-robed man also revealed a mocking smile in his eyes. His right hand stepped on the empty space and formed an invisible barrier in front of him. Even the 2 green-robed men stopped chasing after Zhuowen. They were well aware of how powerful the blue-robed man was. Zhuowen directly charged towards the blue-robed man. Wasn't he courting death? However, just as Zhuowen was about to reach the invisible barrier, he let out a low roar and stomped his foot to the side. He actually fled immediately. He had no intention of killing Emperor Qing at all. This scene caused the blue-robed man to be dumbfounded. He didn't even have time to react. The other 2 green-robed men were also stunned. No one had expected that Zhuowen would actually flee at this critical juncture. Bastard, are you toying with me? The blue-robed man was infuriated. He stomped his foot and charged towards the fleeing Zhuowen of the Buddhist Dao. The 2 green-robed men also felt humiliated. They unconsciously followed behind the blue-robed man, leaving only the Azure Emperor behind. It's just a small trick. With the 3 lord around, Zhuowen, your little tricks won't work at all. When the time comes, you still won't be able to escape the fate of death. After this clone of yours dies, it will be your original body's turn. Emperor Qing sneered. Is that so? I think the one who will die is you, Emperor Qing. Chapter 1173. Teleportation. Zhuowen, aren't you? Seeing Zhuowen of Buddhism standing quietly behind him and looking at him with a smile, Emperor Qing could not help but tremble. Wasn't Zhuowen chased by the blue-robed man and his 2 companions? Why did he suddenly appear in front of him? At this moment, Zhuowen had returned to the size of a normal person. His huge body was too big of a target. The main reason Zhuowen was able to escape the pursuit of the blue-robed man and the other 2 was that he had the last piece of the Wind Rider 9 Autumns on him. This item allowed him to teleport about 500 kilometers. Therefore, when the blue-robed man and the other 2 were about to catch up to him, Zhuowen immediately activated the Wind Rider 9 Autumns. Die! Now that time was of the essence, Zhuowen didn't waste any time. He slammed his palm down, and a terrifying golden light burst out, forming a Buddha's palm in the sky and enveloping Emperor Qing. Emperor Qing had already suffered serious injuries in the battle with Zhuowen. Moreover, his natal emperor weapon, the Peach Blossom Origin Diagram, was also destroyed by Zhuowen. Now, facing Zhuowen's all-out attack, Emperor Qing was no match for him. Emperor Qing screamed as he was drowned by the terrifying Buddha's palm. When his screams came to an abrupt end, Emperor Qing's figure and the huge Buddha's palm disappeared from the world at the same time. After destroying Emperor Qing with 1 palm strike, Zhuowen took a deep look at the imperial city's dungeon, which was surrounded by a boundless sea of fire. There was an opening there, and in the opening stood a figure bound in chains. Zhuowen, leave. You don't have the ability to save me now. Zhuo Xiaotian's eyes were full of praise. He had seen Zhuowen's performance just now. There was no doubt that Zhuowen's talent was more terrifying than his in the past. Now, what Zhuowen lacked was time. Zhuo Xiaotian knew that as long as he gave Zhuowen a certain amount of time, his son would definitely surpass him. At that time, Zhuowen might be able to help him save Feng Xiao. Zhuowen nodded. The invincible Emperor realm was too far away from him. He couldn't reach such a height in a short period of time. However, Zhuowen might be able to. Therefore, Zhuowen immediately thought of the Azure Dragon Palace. This was the inheritance of a saint. Perhaps there were Saint Rune laws inside. If Zhuowen could comprehend the Saint Rune laws, he might be able to reach the Saint Emperor realm. Father, if you directly comprehend the Saint Rune laws, can you reach the Saint Emperor realm? Zhuowen asked. Zhuo Xiaotian was startled. He nodded and said, if I have the Saint Rune laws as a reference, it will indeed be beneficial for me to reach the invincible Emperor realm. However, Saint Runes aren't cabbages. They are things that only saints have. It's impossible for us to obtain them, let alone comprehend them. Zhuo Xiaotian couldn't help but shake his head. In a vast eastern land, the number of saints was extremely small. Saint Runes were very important to saints. It was impossible for ordinary people to obtain such things. Therefore, Zhuo Xiaotian didn't even think about it, because it was unrealistic. Although his cultivation had reached the high-level Emperor realm due to the Dragon Soul, he still couldn't comprehend the Saint Rune laws and enter the invincible Emperor realm. The main reason was that he had to rely on himself to verify it. This way, comprehending the Saint Rune laws would undoubtedly be much slower. Father, I'll leave first. The next time I come, I'll definitely help you out. Zhuowen spoke to Zhuo Xiaotian when he sensed the sonic boom coming from outside the imperial city. He did not stay any longer. He took a step in the air and immediately left the imperial city, heading in the direction of Muqin County. Not long after Zhuowen left, 3 whistling sounds came. Then, the blue-robed Arcana Master and 2 azure-robed men appeared. At this moment, the 3 of them didn't look very good. When they were about to catch up to Zhuowen, the latter used an unknown tool and disappeared in front of them. In an instant, he appeared thousands of miles away from them and returned to the imperial capital. When they arrived at the imperial capital, Zhuowen was already nowhere to be found. Even Emperor Qing's aura had disappeared from the imperial capital. There was no doubt that Emperor Qing had met with misfortune. Master, I'm afraid Emperor Qing is dead. One of the azure-robed men said respectfully. The blue-robed Arcana Master snorted and said in a low voice, what a cunning guy. He actually has a tool that can teleport him thousands of miles away. Then what should we do next? The azure-robed man continued to ask. Go to the Heavenly Empire. That Zhuowen must be captured alive. Regardless of whether it is the high-grade, the Arch artifact that the Azure the Arch mentioned, the Heavenly Flame, or his identity as a descendant of the Long Clan, we cannot let him go, the blue-robed Arcana Master said coldly. The 2 azure-robed men naturally didn't have any objections. After the 3 of them discussed some matters, they turned into 3 streaks of black lightning and flew towards Muqin County. At their level of cultivation, the distance between the imperial capital and Muqin County wasn't very far. At this moment, in the house of Marquis Qin, Lu Hantian, Zhuowen, the Flame Emperor Yang, Miao Lu, and a group of higher-ups of the Celestial Empire were sitting in the reception hall, discussing the battle. Everyone's faces were filled with joy. This time, they had defeated the imperial capital army without losing a single soldier. Even the 4 Emperor Realm experts of the Blue Whale Holy Dynasty and the Alcade Holy Dynasty had fallen. Such a battle record was extremely dazzling in the entire Eastern Land. Of course, the biggest contributor this time was naturally Zhuowen, who was sitting next to Lu Hantian. Everyone in the reception hall looked at Zhuowen with a hint of respect. Although Zhuowen's cultivation didn't seem very high, the combat strength he had displayed was enough to shock everyone. At this moment, Zhuowen was listening to the conversation in the reception hall with a smile on his face. But soon, he stood up and his face became extremely gloomy. Zhuowen's action immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the hall. Everyone looked at Zhuowen with confusion. Zhuowen, what's wrong? Lu Hantian asked with a little surprise. Something bad has happened. Zhuowen's face was extremely solemn as he recounted what had happened in the imperial capital. Of course, time was of the essence, so Zhuowen didn't go into detail. But the people in the reception hall weren't ordinary people, so they quickly understood what Zhuowen meant. It seems like the people from the Azure Dragon Main Palace are here, and 2 4th-level Emperor Realm experts and one arcane heavenly master came at the same time? Lu Hantian also stood up. He also knew the seriousness of the matter. Although only 3 people from the Azure Dragon Main Palace came this time, the 3 of them were not simple. Just the 3 of them alone probably had the ability to destroy a holy dynasty, let alone a mere celestial empire in the Qingxian Empire. What should we do? Many people in the reception hall began to panic. Whether it was the 4th-level Emperor Realm experts or the arcane heavenly master, they weren't people they could fight against. If the 3 of them really came to the Celestial Empire, it would undoubtedly be the end of the Celestial Empire. Although Lu Hantian looked calm on the surface, his heart was in a mess. 2 4th-level Emperor Realm experts and 1 arcane heavenly master. Such a lineup made even the fearless Lu Hantian a little afraid. Brother Hantian, next, arrange for the important people of the Celestial Empire to gather. At the same time, dismiss the soldiers of the Celestial Empire and have them leave the capital. I will bring you to a secret place. A voice suddenly sounded in Lu Hantian's mind. Then, Lu Hantian's gaze fell on Zhuowen. It was Zhuowen who had sent him a message. Out of trust for Zhuowen, Lu Hantian didn't even ask. He just nodded at Zhuowen and went to arrange for the important people of the Celestial Empire to be gathered and dismissed. In about 2 hours, Lu Hantian had arranged everything. Although many soldiers of the Celestial Empire were puzzled by Lu Hantian's actions, no one dared to disobey Lu Hantian's orders. After all, Lu Hantian was the leader of the Celestial Empire, the Celestial Emperor. He represented the highest position in the Celestial Empire. Even if they were dissatisfied, they wouldn't do anything to disobey. In the open space outside the reception hall, there were nearly 100 figures, including Xiang's group of 5, Miao Lu, Fang Yu, and LV Yongsheng. As for the Flame Emperor, because he wasn't a member of the Celestial Empire, he left the capital alone after dismissing the soldiers of the Yanxian Empire. Lu Hantian and Zhuowen stood quietly in front of the group of 100 people, quietly staring at the crowd. Lu Hantian said to Zhuowen, "Zhuowen, I have arranged for the important people according to your request. These are all people that Xuan and I trust." Zhuowen nodded and said, "Let's wait for a while. Let's wait for my Buddhist avatar to arrive." Lu Hantian nodded lightly and waited silently with Zhuowen. After a while, a golden light swept over from the horizon. Zhuowen's Buddhist avatar arrived above the open space and quickly landed beside Zhuowen. "Come back." Zhuowen nodded, turned into a golden light, and entered Zhuowen's body. Zhuowen's clone nodded, turned into a golden light, and entered his body. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The moment the Buddhist avatar entered Zhuowen's body, 3 people arrived above the reception hall. These 3 people were the blue-robed Arcana Master and his 2 companions. "Zhuowen, are you all trying to seek death together?" The blue-robed Arcana Master stood in the void, quietly looking down at the people below. His deep gaze focused on Zhuowen as he said indifferently. Zhuowen smiled faintly and said, "I am not seeking death. I am seeking life." As he spoke, Zhuowen flicked his right finger and took out a pale token. It was the Blue Dragon token that he had obtained from the Blue Dragon Hall. Whoosh! The moment the Blue Dragon token was taken out, a milky white light enveloped everyone in the open space, and a wave of spatial power spread out. Spatial power? Oh no, it's a teleportation token. Come back. The blue-robed Arcana Master roared angrily. He stomped his foot and landed on the open space below. Terrifying mental energy was released from his Naiwan palace. Instantly, the gravity in the open space increased exponentially. The people who were enveloped by this gravity felt as if a huge mountain was pressing down on them. Many of them fell to the ground with trembling eyes. It was too terrifying. Was this the power of an Arcana Heavenly Master? Let's go. Chapter 1174. Re-entering the Azure Dragon Hall Boom. The terrifying spiritual energy was like the might of the heavens, crushing down from the sky. Instantly, everything within a radius of 5 kilometers around the guest hall was crushed into dust by the spiritual energy, turning into ruins. The blue-robed Arcana master's face became extremely unsightly as he looked at the ruined reception hall. The moment his mental energy descended, Zhuowen's group had already been transported away by the spatial power. Master, the two azure-robed men approached and asked with a slight frown. The blue-robed Arcana master snorted coldly and said, "They escaped." The token in Zhuowen's hand contains a rather powerful teleportation formation. It can actually teleport almost 100 people away at the same time. The two azure-robed men looked at each other in shock. Teleporting almost 100 people was an extremely difficult task. Ordinary teleportation formations could not do it at all. Then what should we do? The two azure-robed men frowned and asked. Wait. We'll wait in the Azure Xian Empire for 2 months. After 2 months, if there's still no news from Zhuowen, we'll leave, the blue-robed Arcana master said indifferently. The two azure-robed men naturally followed the blue-robed Arcana master's lead. They looked at each other and did not have any objections. This was a spacious hall. The ground was filled with dense mist, and the ceiling of the hall was an oval-shaped dome filled with stars. If one did not look carefully, they might think that it was a real starry sky. Figures sat cross-legged in the hall. When Zhuowen led almost 100 people from the Heavenly Empire into this place, the figures sitting cross-legged in the hall seemed to sense something and opened their eyes. Their deep gazes landed on Zhuowen's group, who had just entered. Thump! Thump! When these people's gazes landed on Zhuowen at the very front, they all stood up with excitement in their eyes. Zhuowen! Four figures broke through the air and arrived in front of Zhuowen. One of them was an old man with white hair and a white beard. He arrived in front of Zhuowen in a single step. His slightly withered hands landed heavily on Zhuowen's shoulders. His aged voice slowly sounded, "Zhuowen, it's good that you're back." "Grandpa," Zhuowen also replied somewhat excitedly. The old man in front of him was his grandfather, Zhuo Xiangding. The other 3 people were 1 man and 2 women. They were Lve Tao, Luo Xing, and Qing Lian. The surrounding Zhuo family members also gathered around and stared at Zhuowen with admiration. Now, Zhuowen's position in their hearts was like that of a god. They were especially grateful to Zhuowen for bringing them into the Azure Dragon Hall. This was because the density of the Yuan Qi here far exceeded that of other places. In addition, the Azure Dragon's origin had brought them benefits. These 2 years in the Azure Dragon Hall were the 2 years where they had made the greatest progress. Among them, there were quite a number of Zhuo clan members whose cultivation had actually reached the 4th stage. This caused Zhuowen to feel rather gratified. After all, the Zhuo family was a descendant of the Ryuka. Only when the Zhuo family flourished could they truly revive. Right now, this was only the beginning. Zhuowen knew that as time passed, the Ryuka's golden age from 10,000 years ago would definitely reappear. What made Zhuowen feel gratified was that Zhuo Xiangding's cultivation had also reached the early Xuanzun realm, while Lve Tao, Luo Xing, and Qing Lian had reached the golden venerable realm. Among them, Lve Tao had reached the peak of the heavenly venerable realm. He could be considered the existence with the highest cultivation among the 3. What dense Yuan Qi? At this moment, Lu Hantian and the others, who were standing behind Zhuowen, were all shocked. The density of the Yuan Qi in the Azure Dragon Hall had almost exceeded everyone's expectations. This was many times stronger than the Qing Xian Empire. "Zhuowen, where exactly is this place?" Lu Hantian asked the question that was on everyone's mind. "This is the Azure Dragon Hall, the residence of the saint, the Azure Dragon Taoist. The outside of the Azure Dragon Hall is enveloped by the Azure Dragon's origin. It has the powerful effect of increasing the martial aptitude of a warrior. Furthermore, the Yuan Qi inside is many times denser than outside." Zhuowen introduced indifferently. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the hall fell into silence. Soon after, their gazes fell on Zhuowen in disbelief. This hall was actually the inheritance of a saint. They even thought that there was something wrong with their ears. To the people of the Qing Xian Empire, a saint was a legendary existence. He was an unattainable existence. But now, Zhuowen actually said that the hall they were in was actually the inheritance of a saint. Such news was too shocking for them. After carefully digesting these words, everyone believed that this was indeed not a dream. It was real, especially the terrifying density of the yuan qi in this place. It was definitely not something that an ordinary martial emperor could arrange. Therefore, after the shock, no one doubted Zhuowen's words. Instead, their hearts were filled with passion. They knew that since Zhuowen had brought them in, it meant that he treated them as his own people. This also meant that they could cultivate in such a blessed place in the future. Wasn't the pursuit of martial arts the advancement of martial arts? Now that a blessed place like the Saint's Mansion was extremely beneficial to their martial arts advancement, they naturally wished for such a place. After making arrangements for everyone, Zhuowen, Lu Hantian, Zhuo Xiangding, and a few others who were closest to Zhuowen gathered together and smiled at each other. Zhuowen, I didn't expect you to have such a great opportunity to obtain the inheritance of a saint. No wonder you improved so quickly. Lu Hantian patted Zhuowen's shoulder and laughed. His eyes were filled with gratification. Although Zhuowen's cultivation was only at the peak of the Empyrean realm, his battle strength was actually above Lu Hantian's. Now, Lu Hantian did not treat Zhuowen as a junior. Instead, he treated Zhuowen as an equal of the same generation. Of course, the brotherly relationship between the two of them would not change no matter how one looked at it. Zhuo Xiangding and the others also nodded. They agreed with Lu Hantian's words. Zhuowen's improvement speed was indeed fast, so fast that it shocked them. However, if they thought about the inheritance of the Azure Dragon Palace, Zhuowen's rapid improvement became reasonable. Zhuowen shrugged his shoulders when he saw the expression of understanding on everyone's faces. He did not explain too much, only he knew the exact situation. Although the Blue Dragon Hall was of great use to him back then, the reason why he was able to improve so quickly was because of other opportunities. After all, he was far from completely controlling the Azure Dragon Palace. There were 3 layers of heaven and earth in the Azure Dragon Palace. Only by breaking through all 3 layers of heaven and earth would the entire Azure Dragon Palace become Zhuowen's possession and be under his control. Zhuowen, after all, this Azure Dragon Palace is the residence of a saint, right? It can't be that there's only one hall, right? Lu Hantian looked around and found that there was only one hall in the palace. He could not help but ask doubtfully, "Actually, I haven't completely controlled the Azure Dragon Palace. After I completely control it, the other functions of the Azure Dragon Palace should be automatically released." Zhuowen rubbed his hands and said. Hearing this, Lu Hantian and the others all nodded. However, when they thought about how this was the residence of a saint, it would be unreasonable if it was so easy to control. "Grandfather, I wonder if anyone in our Zhuo family has awakened a dragon soul in the Azure Dragon Palace?" Zhuowen asked hopefully. The Azure Dragon Palace possessed the origin of the Azure Dragon, which should have a very good inducing effect on the Zhuo family, who possessed the bloodline of the Long family. Stimulating the bloodline in their bodies, the chances of awakening the dragon soul would also be much higher. Hearing this, Zhuo Xiangding's face flushed red, and his eyes revealed excitement as he said, "Haha, yes, the Azure Dragon's origin is indeed very useful. 3 people in the Zhuo family have already awakened a dragon soul." "Oh, there are 3? Which 3? Zhuowen's eyes lit up as he asked in anticipation. "Zhuo Tian, Xiang Mei Xue, the 3 of you come out." Zhuo Xiangding called out to the Zhuo family behind him. Immediately after, 3 people walked out from the Zhuo family behind him. They were a man and 2 women. The man was a few years older than Zhuowen. He was dressed in black, and his eyes were sharp. Of the 2 women, one of them was dressed in a white dress. Her face was pure and pleasant, and her long black hair was draped over her shoulders. She looked calm and serene. The other woman was slightly charming, and her figure was extremely hot. Her plump and delicate body was extremely alluring under the red qipao. Seeing the 3 of them, Zhuowen's eyes revealed a trace of a smile. Zhuo Tian, Zhuo Xiang, and Zhuo were rather famous geniuses back in the family. Back then, Zhuo had some interactions with the three of them. However, as his strength increased and he stepped out of Rattan Armor City, he rarely saw the three of them. At this moment, the three of them were clearly a little reserved. Although they knew that Zhuo was of the same generation as them, there was still a trace of uncontrollable caution in their hearts. This was because Zhuo's deeds had spread throughout the entire Qing Xian Empire. Even Zhuo's strength and his servants were far more powerful than the three of them. Unknowingly, the genius who was on equal footing with them back in the family had already grown to such a level. Right now, they could only silently look up at Zhuo's back. "Let me see the dragon souls of the three of you." Zhuo's voice was gentle. The cultivation of the three of them was pretty good around the sovereign stage. However, due to the dragon souls in their bodies, their fighting strength should be much stronger than ordinary sovereigns. Hearing his words, the three of them exchanged a glance. Shortly after, Zhuo took a step forward and said, "Cousin Zhuo, my dragon soul is a third-grade dragon soul. It's called the Blue Mulberry Dragon." As he spoke, a dense blue light gushed out from between Zhuotian's brows. The blue light soared into the sky and turned into a giant blue dragon that was several hundred feet long. This blue dragon's appearance was somewhat similar to the Western dragons on Earth. It had 4 pairs of blue wings on its back and a pair of dragon legs that were extremely thick and solid like the trunk of a towering tree. A third-grade dragon soul, Blue Mulberry Dragon. Not bad. Chapter 1175. Second Heaven and Earth. Hearing Zhuo's words of praise, Zhuotian revealed a flattered expression. Zhuo's image had long been deified in the hearts of many members of the Zhuo family. Even though Zhuotian and Zhuo were of the same generation, and in terms of seniority, Zhuo was still Zhuotian's cousin, but Zhuotian still treated Zhuo as if he was facing an elder of the family, and even showed more restraint. Smiling and nodding at Zhuotian, Zhuo's gaze fell on Zhuoxiang and Zhuo on the other side, and said with a smile, "What about the two of you?" Hearing this, Zhuoxiang and Zhuo looked at each other and released their respective dragon souls. Zhuoxiang's dragon soul was the same as Zhuotian's. It had also reached the 3rd grade and was called the Butterfly Fragrance Dragon. This dragon's appearance was extremely gorgeous and colorful, like a butterfly dancing among flowers. Moreover, this dragon's body emitted an invisible fragrance that had the effect of causing hallucinations and hypnosis. The quality of Zhuo dragon soul was inferior to Zhuoxiang's and Zhuotian's. It was only a 2nd-grade dragon soul. It was a huge dragon with ice and snow lingering around its body, and its might was not bad. The dragon souls you have awakened are not bad. The Azure Dragon source around the Azure Dragon Hall is extremely beneficial to your dragon souls, Zhuo said with a smile. Zhuotian and the other two looked at each other and nodded solemnly, their eyes filled with excitement. "Big Brother Hantian, grandfather, I'm about to go to the 2nd heaven of the Azure Dragon Hall. Once I pass it, the Azure Dragon Hall will unlock more functions, and I can even choose a rather generous reward from there." Zhuo slowly stood up and said with a faint smile, "The 2nd heaven? Zhuo, from what you said, the 2nd heaven should be an extremely dangerous place. If you can't pass it, what will the consequences be?" Lu Hantian asked with a frown. Zhuo said with a chuckle, "The consequence of not being able to pass it is death. At that time, the Azure Dragon Hall will choose a new successor." Dead? The pupils of the surrounding crowd shrunk. Worry surged in their eyes as they looked at Zhuo. "The price is so high." Lu Hantian and Zhuo Xiangding looked at each other and frowned. "Big Brother Zhuo, can we not challenge it?" Miao LV's beautiful eyes were filled with nervousness as she twisted her hands together. LVE Tao, Luo Xing, and Qing Lian also revealed worried expressions. The reason why they were able to enter the Azure Dragon Palace to cultivate was all because of Zhuo. If Zhuo died, then they might be chased out by the power of the Azure Dragon Palace, which would not benefit them at all. Zhuo shook his head and said indifferently, "If you don't pay a price and take a certain risk, how can you obtain more power?" Seeing Zhuo say this, Everyone knew that Zhuowen had already made up his mind, so no one came forward to persuade him. Lu Hantian and Zhuo Xianbing cautiously patted Zhuowen's shoulder and said, "Zhuowen, be careful. Big brother Hantian, grandfather. At this moment, I know that my life is very tough, and I won't die so easily." Zhuowen grinned. After saying that, Zhuowen walked out of the hall and arrived at the huge plaza in front of the hall. In front of the plaza, there was a stone tablet that was dozens of feet tall. On the stone tablet, there were 3 bold and powerful words, Azure Dragon Hall. Last time, the figure of the Azure Dragon Taoist had appeared in this plaza. Following the guidance of the Azure Dragon Taoist, he, Zhuowen, had entered the first layer of the world to undergo the trial. This time, he planned to enter the second layer of the world. Sure enough, the moment Zhuowen arrived at the plaza, the clouds and mist that lingered in the plaza began to churn violently. Then, they gathered into a stalwart figure in the air above the plaza. This stalwart figure was the image of a middle-aged man. He wore a loose robe and a feathered crown on his head. His eyes were like the moon and stars. Countless dragon shadows swept out from this stalwart figure and circled around him. It looked extremely shocking, and this person was the shadow of the Azure Dragon Taoist. "You're here again. This time, are you preparing to enter the second layer of the world?" The Azure Dragon Taoist said indifferently. Zhuowen nodded and said, "Senior, please accept my fist. The second layer of the world is filled with dangers. Even low-level Emperor Realm experts have a high chance of dying. Even mid-level Emperor Realm experts have a high chance of dying. Only high-level Emperor Realm experts have a 100% chance of passing. Your cultivation is only at the peak of the Heavenly Venerable Realm. Although your battle strength is comparable to the third layer of the Emperor Realm, the chances of passing the second layer of the world are not high. Do you still want to try?" The Azure Dragon Taoist glanced at Zhuowen indifferently, his gaze as deep as the sea. "Try. Why wouldn't I try?" Zhuowen said indifferently. The Azure Dragon Taoist revealed a smile and said, "You're bold. Then I'll send you to the second layer of the world." As he spoke, the Azure Dragon Taoist waved his sleeve. A surge of milky white light burst out and enveloped Zhuowen. Zhuowen only felt a surge of spatial power acting on his body. Then, he felt his vision turn black and the scene in front of him changed. At this moment, Zhuowen was no longer in the square outside the Azure Dragon Hall. What appeared before him was a blue sky, thousands of miles of white clouds, and a feeling of constantly swaying. Zhuowen only then realized that he was lying on the deck of a ship. The feeling of swaying was transmitted from the ship. Zhuowen slowly stood up. Only then did he discover that the ship he was on was located in the middle of a lake. The lake where the ship was located was extremely large, and the surroundings of the lake were covered in dense, verdant forests. The ship was rather large. It had a total of 3 floors, and Zhuowen was lying on the top of the 3rd floor. The clanging sound of weapons clashing resounded, immediately attracting Zhuowen's attention. Then, Zhuowen's gaze focused and discovered that on the 1st floor of the ship, there were actually many bloody corpses. The blood on the deck had gathered into a rather terrifying stream, looking extremely terrifying. On the deck, the only ones who were still alive were 3 people. These 3 people were 2 men and 1 woman. 1 woman and 1 man were struggling to block another man's attack. Obviously, this man and woman should be a couple. In front of the couple was a thin man wearing a ghost mask. The ghost mask on the man's face had the word X drawn on its forehead. Lying on the 3rd deck, Zhuowen looked at the battle below with interest. Because the man wearing the ghost mask had his back facing Zhuowen and was focused on dealing with the couple, he did not notice Zhuowen. Although the couple was facing Zhuowen, the 2 of them were already exhausted from running for their lives under the attacks of the man in the ghost mask. How could they have the energy to raise their heads and look in Zhuowen's direction? Therefore, this also led to the 3 people fighting not noticing Zhuowen at all when he was lying on the 3rd deck. They were still brazenly watching Zhuowen. Zhuowen could tell at a glance that the cultivation of the man in the ghost mask was around the advanced stage of the Heavenly Venerable Realm. The cultivation of the couple was much weaker around the early stage of the Heavenly Venerable Realm. Logically speaking, Two early-stage, heavenly venerable realm warriors should not be in such a sorry state against a late-stage, heavenly venerable realm warrior. However, the man in the ghost mask was not simple. He was very powerful. Although his cultivation was at the advanced stage of the heavenly venerable realm, his combat strength was probably comparable to that of an ordinary peak heavenly venerable realm warrior. Against this couple, the outcome would be a crushing defeat. The couple was in an extremely sorry state at the moment. Under the attacks of the man in the ghost mask, they were flustered and retreated in a panic. From time to time, more wounds would appear on their bodies, and fresh blood would gush out. Looking at their weakened auras and injuries, it would not be long before they died. 10th Ultimate. Who sent you here? If I pay a higher reward than the person who sent you, will you let us live? The woman with her hair coiled up in a bun asked in a deep voice. The man wearing the ghost mask chuckled, and his unpleasant crow-like voice rang out. My 10 Ultimates palace has never betrayed our employer. Even if you pay a higher price than our employer, it's useless, because as long as I kill you, everything on you will be mine. Moreover, I also heard that the two of you have treasure map. With such a thing, do you still want to live? The man in the ghost mask laughed and waved a large blade in his right hand. A tyrannical blade aura swept out. Then, the woman with her hair coiled up in a bun let out a muffled groan and retreated. Cherry red blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth. As she stumbled, the woman managed to stabilize her body with great difficulty. Just as she was about to rejoin the battle, she coincidentally saw Zhuowen sitting on the third deck. It was as if he was watching a show. He did not have any intention to help at all. After seeing Zhuowen on the third deck, the woman couldn't help but be stunned. Zhuowen's face was very unfamiliar to her. She didn't seem to have such a person on this ship. She had no impression of him at all. Moreover, on the ship, her trusted subordinates had all been killed by the 10th Ultimate. How did this person appear here? Who are you? The woman subconsciously shouted. This voice immediately attracted the attention of the man wearing the ghost head mask. He swept his gaze around and also noticed Zhuowen, who was seated on the deck as though he was watching a good show. An extremely cold glint was emitted from his eyes. Bang! After forcing the couple back with a slash of his blade, the man in the ghost mask took a step forward and rushed towards Zhuowen. Under his attacks, the couple was already at the end of their rope. They could not escape even if they wanted to. The black-robed young man who had suddenly appeared on the third deck gave him a sense of threat. He had to finish him off and not let him reap the benefits. Seeing the decisive action of the man in the ghost mask, Zhuowen's eyes narrowed dangerously. The cultivation of the man in the ghost mask was only at the advanced heavenly venerate level. Yet, he dared to provoke him. He was simply courting death. This young man is finished. Seeing the actions of the man in the ghost mask, the couple on the deck sighed softly. Zhuowen was too young. They naturally did not think that Zhuowen was stronger than the man in the ghost mask. Chapter 1176. The panicked world, the man with the ghost mask instantly appeared in front of Zhuowen. The large saber in his right hand was wrapped in a hurricane and slashed diagonally. The sharp blade emitted a cold light. The power of this slash was so great that it was enough to kill a warrior in the initial stage of the Heavenly Master Realm. When the couple saw the slash of the man with the ghost mask, they were shocked. They knew that if they met this slash at this moment, they would definitely die without a burial place. Needless to say, the young man in front of them, who was only in his 20s, would soon become a ghost under the slash of the man with the ghost mask. Zhuowen stood quietly on the deck and stared indifferently at the incoming blade light. When the blade light was only a few inches away from him, Zhuowen gently raised his right hand. The power of Buddhism immediately spread over the surface of his right hand, making his right hand look like a golden stone, blooming with a dazzling golden light. Bang! Then, under the mocking gaze of the man with the ghost mask, Zhuowen slowly stretched out his right hand, intending to use his hand to resist the blade light of the man with the ghost mask. You're simply courting death. The man with the ghost mask smiled coldly. The blade light in his hand became sharper. When the blade light finally arrived in front of Zhuowen, he was stunned. Even the couple behind him were stunned because when the sharp blade light chopped on Zhuowen's right hand, it actually made a sound of metal clashing. It was as if the blade light chopped not a human hand, but an indestructible rock. The one courting death is not me, but you. At the moment when the man with the ghost mask was stunned, Zhuowen's indifferent voice slowly sounded. Then he suddenly stretched out his right hand and pinched the neck of the man with the ghost mask. Like an iron hoop, he lifted the man with the ghost mask in his hand, making him completely unable to move. "Who are you?" The man with the ghost mask felt as if a fishbone was stuck in his throat. His face turned red, and he stared at Zhuowen in front of him and asked in a frightened voice. "I'm just a nobody," Zhuowen said indifferently. With a twist of his right hand, a terrifying power surged out. The man with the ghost mask struggled for a while before the crisp sound of bones dislocating rang out. Then, the man's aura was completely annihilated by Zhuowen. After killing the man with the ghost mask, Zhuowen waved his right hand and threw the man out of the ship as if he was a piece of trash. The man fell on the lake, causing ripples. The 10th Arts World Slayer's World Island. As the couple on the deck stared blankly at the corpse of the man with the ghost mask, that was casually thrown by Zhuowen. Both were dumbfounded. They could not understand how Zhuowen, at such a young age, how if Zhuowen was Zhuowen. In particular, the scene of Zhuowen blocking the saber light with his bare hands had truly shocked the two of them. In any case, Ming Zhu was a late-stage Empyrean martial artist. To be able to block the saber light with his bare hands and easily grasp the 10th ultimate in his hands, it was likely that even a peak Empyrean martial artist could not do so. Moreover, the couple also discovered that they could not see through the young man in front of them at all. Therefore, they could not help but have an extremely unbelievable thought. Could this person be a terrifying Emperor Realm expert? The couple exchanged glances with each other. They could see the shock in each other's eyes. Such an expert was a legendary figure to them. They did not know whether it was a blessing or a curse for them to be able to see one. After killing the man with the ghost mask, Zhuowen landed on the first level of the deck. He stared at the couple in front of him who had clearly become nervous. He did not say anything but waited for the couple to speak. He knew that when the man with the ghost mask was fighting with the couple, he had mentioned the words treasure map. Perhaps this so-called treasure map should contain clues and missions related to this second level of heaven and earth. After all, when he was in the first level of heaven and earth, Taoist Songlong had given him a mission notification. However, Zhuowen had been in the second level of heaven and earth for a while now, but he had not received any notification. Obviously, the difficulty of the second level of heaven and earth should be higher than that of the first level of heaven and earth. He would probably have to find the mission notification himself. "Young master, thank you for your help this time." Zhuowen waited for a while. Only then did the couple carefully come before Zhuowen. The two of them bowed. Their attitudes were extremely respectful, and their eyes were filled with awe. After all, the young man in front of them might be an Imperial Realm cultivator. Such a person was not someone they could offend. "It's nothing." Zhuowen waved his hand. After saying this, he continued to look at the couple with a faint smile, waiting for them to continue. Seeing Zhuowen's appearance, the husband and wife knew that Zhuowen wanted them to explain what had happened. After all, he had not saved them for nothing. "How long has this young master been on the ship?" The woman with the bun gritted her teeth and asked. It's been a while," Zhuowen replied indifferently. When they heard Zhuowen's words, the two of them knew that Zhuowen had likely heard about the treasure map from the 10th extremity. With a soft sigh, the two of them looked at each other. The lady with her hair tied up in a bun reached into her sleeves and took out a scroll. The surface of the scroll was the color of jade. The two ends of the scroll were also crystal clear jade. However, the surface was a little dim. Obviously, it was because of the passage of time. Looking at the scroll in the woman's hand, Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and the corners of his mouth curled up. He asked despite knowing the answer, "You, too. May I know what this scroll is?" Beside the woman in a bun, a man with a slightly sallow complexion smiled awkwardly and said, "To tell you the truth, this scroll is a treasure map. My wife and I picked it up by accident on the banks of a small river. Originally, The two of us did not care too much about this scroll. However, later on, we found out that this treasure map was actually the ruins of the Supreme Demon Sect, a powerful force that shook the world back then. However, later on, for some reason, this treasure map in our hands was found out by someone. We don't know who it was, but they actually contacted the 10 Extremes sect and spent a huge amount of money to send the 10th absolute realm of the 10 Extremes sect to take our lives. The woman with the bun nodded repeatedly and even said with some indignation, "We also knew that with our strength, it was impossible for us to keep this treasure map. Therefore, when the 10th absolute realm came to find us, we were already prepared to hand the treasure map over to him. We only asked him to let us live." However, the 10th absolute realm was too ruthless. He said that this time, the employer not only wanted the treasure map on us, but also our lives. He was too much. Hearing the man's words, Zhuowen narrowed his eyes. He did not know about this so-called Supreme Demon Sect at all. He did not even know about the 10 Extremes sect. However, he still pretended to be unfathomable on the surface to prevent the couple from seeing any clues. "Then the two of you mean?" Zhuowen paused when he spoke up to hear. "Mister, you were able to kill the 10th absolute realm in one move. It can be seen that your strength is not ordinary. Even in the entire Great Song Mansion, you are one of the best. This scroll is actually much safer with you than the two of us. Moreover, with our insignificant strength, even if we had the treasure map, I'm afraid that we would not dare to go to the Supreme Demon Sect ruins." The woman with the bun smiled bitterly. "What?" Zhuowen asked in surprise. The woman with the bun did not doubt him and said seriously, "The Supreme Demon Sect is a powerful force in the entire Pang world. Back then, before the Supreme Demon Sect fell, it ruled almost 90% of the forces in the Pang world. In particular, the Lord of Supreme Demon, who founded the Supreme Demon Sect, was a supreme high-level emperor. He had supreme power and was the strongest person in the Pang world. He was also the only monster who had advanced to the high-level emperor realm in the Pang world for thousands of years. Since the Lord of Supreme Demon, no one else had stepped into the high-level emperor realm for thousands of years. However, after the Lord of Supreme Demon established the glory of the Supreme Demon Sect, he mysteriously disappeared. After that, there were some rising stars who succeeded as the Lord of Supreme Demon Sect. However, none of them could reach the level of the Lord of Supreme Demon Sect. After that, the Supreme Demon Sect became obstinate and self-opinionated and lost the hearts of the people in the Pang world. In the end, they were besieged by countless forces and were annihilated overnight. However, the Great Demon Sect was, after all, the overlord of the panicked Great World. As the saying goes, a skinny camel is still bigger than a horse. Therefore, the last leader of the Great Demon Sect hid the inheritance, resources, and countless cultivation methods of the Great Demon Sect in a secret place. Later on, for some unknown reason, a treasure map of the Great Demon Sect's ruins began to circulate. Originally, we did not believe it. However, after we obtained this treasure map, we knew that the Great Demon Sect's ruins might really exist. Zhuowen also fell into deep thought when he heard what the woman with the hair in a bun said. From the few words of the woman, Zhuowen could guess that the name of this second heaven was actually called the Pang Great World. The Great Song Mansion that the man with the sallow face had mentioned should be a region in this Pang Great World. However, Zhuowen did not know anything about the Pang world. Therefore, he still needed a certain amount of time to understand this world. Moreover, he also knew that the flow of time in the second heaven was completely different from the outside world. A day in the outside world was actually a year in the second heaven. Zhuowen was not in a hurry now. Moreover, the first thing he had to do now should be how to obtain the mission given by the Songlong Taoist. If there was no mission, Zhuowen did not know how to get out of the second heaven. He did not plan to stay here forever. The most important thing was that he valued the flow of time in the second heaven so that he could break through to the Emperor realm in a short period of time. Thinking of this, Zhuowen stretched out his right hand and grabbed the scroll that the woman with the bun handed over. His right hand gently touched it and played with it for a while. Suddenly, his eyes revealed a glimmer of light. This was because the moment his palm touched the scroll, a message was transmitted to his mind from the scroll. That Song Long Taoist's voice also rang out. Chapter 1177. Incomplete. Mapshuan listened to Taoist Master Song Long's voice quietly as he pondered. Roughly 15 minutes later, Taoist Master Song Long's voice came to an abrupt halt, while Zhuowen silently digested Taoist Master Song Long's words. The second layer was called the Pang World. There were a total of 7 prefectures in the entire Pang World. The 7 prefectures were extremely vast, even several times larger than the Qing Xian Empire. Each of the 7 prefectures had a core, and the master of each of the 7 prefectures was the prefect. The prefect of each prefecture was extremely terrifying. Within the 7 prefectures, the forces were tangled and complicated. There were many sects and clans, but these forces were all below the prefectures. There were very few forces that could rival the prefectures. Of course, the extreme demon sect back then was an exception. The extreme demon lord had forcefully reached the advanced emperor realm with his own talent, becoming the strongest person in the Pang world. He possessed the strength to look down on the prefectures of the 7 prefectures. Even the prefectures of the 7 prefectures had no choice but to lower their heads to the extreme demon lord. That was why the extreme demon sect was so glorious back then. Find the ruins of the extreme demon sect, learn the truth about the decline of the extreme demon sect, and learn the whereabouts of the extreme demon lord. When Taoist Master Song Long's voice gradually faded, the last sentence rang out in Zhuowen's mind again. Zhuowen knew that the last sentence should be the mission that Taoist Master Song Long had given him. The extreme demon sect and the extreme demon lord. Zhuowen frowned slightly. This mission was not simple. The extreme demon lord was an advanced emperor. If he wanted to crush him, Zhuowen only needed to move a finger. However, he did not know why such a peerless expert had suddenly disappeared without a trace. There had to be a hidden story behind this. Looking at the scroll in his hand, Zhuowen knew that he had to accept this mission even if he did not want to. If he did not complete this mission, he could forget about leaving the Pang world. Moreover, once he completed the mission, the rewards would be extremely generous. He could even unlock more functions and places of the Azure Dragon Hall. Compared to the risks, the rewards this time would definitely be many times better than the first layer. Zhuowen didn't directly open the scroll to look at the map inside. Instead, he smiled at the slightly nervous couple in front of him and said, "The 2 of you. It just so happens that I'm also planning to go to the Song Prefecture. I wonder if the 2 of you can bring me along." Originally, when the couple saw Zhuowen deep in thought, their hearts were filled with apprehension. They thought that Zhuowen would kill them to silence them after obtaining the treasure map. The 2 of them revealed nervousness in their eyes and were secretly on guard. However, at this moment, when Zhuowen spoke so courteously, it caused the originally nervous 2 people to secretly heave a sigh of relief. Among them, the sallow-faced man revealed a rare smile and said, "Since young master is going the same way as us, we naturally don't mind bringing young master to the Great Song Mansion." Zhuowen nodded and asked casually, "Who is the man with the ghost mask? Who sent him to kill you?" "Young master, don't you know about the 10 Extremes sect?" The woman with the hair in a bun asked somewhat strangely. Zhuowen's expression didn't change. He smiled and said, "I'm just a carefree person. Previously, I was hidden in the mountains by my master to practice. Now I've come out to practice, so I know very little about the outside world." Hearing this, the couple revealed a relieved expression. They didn't doubt Zhuowen's words very much. The panic world was very big. Hidden in the mountains, there were actually many warriors who didn't care about the outside world. Usually, there would occasionally be some young geniuses in the panic world. Most of these young geniuses were unfamiliar faces and were also born in the mountains. However, Zhuowen's strength was really terrifying. After all, the 10th Extremes was an expert in the late stage of Heavenly Master. He couldn't even withstand one move from Zhuowen. They really didn't know what kind of existence the master behind this boy was to be able to teach such a terrifying disciple. The 10 Extremes sect is actually a sect force in the panic world. However, the 10 Extremes sect is very different from other sections. That is, the 10 Extremes sect is very mysterious. No one knows where its headquarters are. Moreover, there are branches of the 10 Extremes sect in the 7 prefectures. Usually, they will accept some assassination missions entrusted by some warriors. The assassins of the 10 Extremes sect have all been professionally trained. They are all very strong, and many of them are even able to defeat those who are stronger than them. They can kill those who are stronger than them with lower cultivation. This kind of sect specializes in doing shameful things for cultivators, and their success rate is very high. Speaking of this, the couple revealed a slightly ugly expression. This time, if Zhuowen hadn't appeared, they would have been killed by the 10th Extremes. The 10 Extremes sect has 10 experts, from the 1st Extremes to the 10th Extremes. The one who was killed by you just now was the 10th Extremes. His cultivation was around the late stage of Heavenly Master. The woman with the hair in a bun said to Zhuowen gratefully, "Oh, the late stage of Heavenly Master was only ranked 10th. Then, the strength of the first 9 is much stronger than the 10th Extremes?" Zhuowen didn't frown slightly. Instead, he was a little surprised by the strength of the 10 Extremes sect. According to this trend, the 10 Extremes sect was likely to have more than one Emperor Realm expert. You are right. The 10 Extremes sect is divided according to strength. The higher the ranking, the stronger the strength. It is said that the 1st Extremes sect strength is truly terrifying. It seems that his cultivation has already broken through to the middle stage of Emperor Realm. This is also the fundamental reason why the 7 prefectures didn't touch the 10 Extremes sect despite the 10 Extremes sect being so rampant in the 7 prefectures. The woman with the hair in a bun said softly. Hearing this, Zhuowen also nodded. According to the woman with the hair in a bun, the strength of the 7 prefectures in the Panic World should be at the middle stage of Emperor Realm. If Emperor Realm warriors of this level collided, the power that could erupt would be extremely terrifying. In the end, it was likely that both sides would suffer. In addition, the activities of the 10 Extremes sect did not cause any losses to the 7 prefectures. Therefore, the 7 prefectures turned a blind eye to the 10 Extremes sect. The ships slowly sailed on the lake. In the process, Zhuowen learned a lot about the Panic World from the couple with the hair in a bun. He also learned the names of the couple. The woman with the hair in a bun was called Zhang Shui, and the man with a slightly sallow complexion was called Ji Fong. The two of them were senior brother and sister, and their master was from the Greater One sect. The Greater One sect was a force second only to the Great Song Prefecture. It was also the second largest force in the Great Song Prefecture. The master of the Greater One sect and the master of the Great Song Prefecture were also old friends. This time, they were going to the Great Song Prefecture to visit the daughter of the master, Song Dai. Song Dai was once a disciple of the Greater One sect, but she was sent by her father to the Greater One sect to gain experience. She had only stayed in the Greater One sect for a year. However, when she was in the Greater One sect, the relationship between Song Dai and Zhang Shui was very good. Although Zhang Shui was much older than Song Dai, Zhang Shui often took care of Song Dai, causing the latter to treat her like a sister. It had been more than a year since Song Dai left the Greater One sect. Zhang Shui also missed Song Dai very much, so this time, she hired a ship to go to the core city of the Great Song Prefecture with her husband, Ji Fong. They also knew that the treasure map on them was a little hot, so they planned to give it to the master of the Great Song Prefecture, Song Jie. However, the couple did not expect that the treasure map on them would be leaked out at some unknown time, and someone sent the 10th Extremes to kill them with a large sum of money. You planned to give this scroll to the master of the Great Song Prefecture, Song Jie. Now that I have it, isn't it a little inappropriate? Zhuowen said with a smile, but there was a trace of coldness in his eyes. The Great Demon Sect's map was very important. Even if it was the master of the Great Song Prefecture, who was a mid-level emperor, it was difficult to guarantee that he would not have a trace of greed. If that was the case, then Zhuowen was afraid that he would be in danger. With his current strength, it was still a little difficult for him to resist a 4th-layer emperor and the master of the Great Song Prefecture, Song Jie's strength might be above the 4th layer emperor, and he might even reach the 5th or 6th layer emperor. Therefore, Zhuowen was extremely afraid of this master of the great world. If he fought with Song Jie for the treasure map, it would undoubtedly end in failure. Zhang Shui and Ji Feng also realized that they had said something wrong. The two of them quickly corrected themselves. "Young master, don't worry. We will never say that you have the treasure map." Zhuowen sneered. His eyes flickered, and he muttered, "How about this? I won't kill you. Give me a map of the Great Song Prefecture, and then you can leave the ship. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." Hearing Zhuowen's words, the couple sighed in their hearts. They looked at each other and smiled bitterly. They knew that Zhuowen definitely did not trust them. However, this was pardonable. After all, they originally planned to give the treasure map to Song Jie. If the two of them revealed the secret, then Zhuowen would be in a very passive position. "Young master, this is the most detailed map of the Great Song Prefecture. Take it." Zhang Shui handed over a slightly dim map to Zhuowen with both hands. Zhuowen waved his hand and kept the map into his spirit ring. After that, he said indifferently, "You can leave now." The couple nodded and cupped their hands towards Zhuowen. Soon after, they took a step and broke through the air, leaving the deck of the ship. At their level, the speed of flight was very fast. It was unknown how many times faster than the ship. The couple only wanted to enjoy this rare and comfortable time, so they specially hired a ship and slowly headed towards the Great Song Prefecture. After the couple left, Zhuowen flicked his finger and took out 2 scrolls. One of the scrolls was naturally the map of the Great Song Prefecture, and the other was the map of the Great Demon Sect ruins. After opening the 2 scrolls, Zhuowen casually glanced at them. With his current mental energy, it was easy for him to multitask. After a while, Zhuowen roughly looked through the contents of the 2 scrolls. The couple did not lie to him. The map of the Great Song Prefecture was indeed very detailed. With this map, Zhuowen would not get lost in the Great Song Prefecture. Chapter 1178. Great Song Province. Because the treasure map was not complete, it looked like it was only a fragment of the map. Moreover, Zhuowen faintly felt that this treasure map was incomplete. It's actually a fragment of the map. Zhuowen was a little helpless. If this treasure map was incomplete, it could be said to be of little help to him. With just this fragment of the map, it was impossible to identify the location of the Great Demon Sect ruins recorded in the treasure map. "It seems that I can only take one step at a time." Zhuowen frowned slightly. He knew that it was impossible to find the ruins of the extreme demon sect by relying on this map fragment. Fortunately, there was still plenty of time in the panicked world, so Zhuowen was not in a hurry. Let's go to Great Song Province's Great Song City first. Keeping the scroll, Zhuowen took a step forward and broke through the sky. After flying in the sky for more than an hour, he saw a huge city in the distance. This city was built along the river, and the area was quite vast. Above the city gate, there were 3 large words, Great Song City, that were written in bold strokes. Landing on the shore, Zhuowen followed the flow of people into Great Song City. Inside, he casually found a restaurant. Zhuowen leisurely drank by himself, and at the same time, he listened to the chatter of the other warriors in the restaurant. I don't know why, but this time, Mansion Master Sangje actually invited heroes from all over the world to gather in Great Song City. I wonder what kind of big event it is. You actually don't know? It is said that the Great Demon Sect ruins have appeared, and the Great Demon Sect's map was also obtained by the 7 Mansion Masters. In order to gather all the fragments of the map, the 7 Mansion Masters set up a hero assembly. Each of them sent out their own region's geniuses to fight. If any of the mansion's geniuses can obtain the final victory, then the other 6 Mansion Masters will follow the agreement and hand over the map fragments in their hands to the victorious Mansion Master. Hero Assembly. There is actually such a thing. However, if the Great Demon Sect ruins map is gathered, then the other 6 Mansion Masters who failed can't enter the Great Demon Sect ruins? That's not it. The other 6 Mansion Masters can also enter, but the map of the Supreme Devil Sect ruins is in the hands of the victorious Mansion Master, and the other 6 mansion masters will have a lot less slots to bring into the supreme Devil Sect ruins. Within the wine shop, the sound of idle chatter rang out. Zhuo quietly sat in the corner of the wine shop. Hearing the discussions around him, his eyes narrowed slightly. He did not expect that the 7 big mansions of the Panic Great World were actually planning to hold a hero assembly. Moreover, from the looks of it, the 7 big mansions all had incomplete maps in their hands. In other words, there were at least 8 complete maps of the Great Demon Sect ruins, or even more. Zhuo pulled over the waiter who was passing by and asked indifferently, "Waiter, I wonder when the heroes' assembly will be held." Originally, the waiter who was suddenly pulled back was a little annoyed. However, after he felt the aura that was as vast as the ocean on Zhuowen's body, he didn't dare to throw a tantrum. Instead, he said rather politely, "My lord, we don't know the specifics of the hero assembly. Only after entering the Great Song Mansion and obtaining the approval of Mansion Master Songjia will we know." Hearing those words, Zhuo nodded his head and casually tossed a middle-rank spirit stone to the waiter. After the waiter happily left, Zhuo revealed a contemplative expression. It seemed that he would have to enter the Great Song Mansion. After deliberating for a while, Zhuo stood up and paid the bill. He then walked directly towards the Great Song Mansion. The Great Song Mansion was grand and had a complex structure. There were countless pavilions and towers inside. When he arrived at the red lacquer gate, the attitude of the 2 guards at the gate was not that bad. Instead, they took the initiative to ask, "Young master, are you planning to participate in the hero assembly under the invitation of Mansion Master Songjia?" "I am indeed here because of the hero assembly." Zhuo nodded. "Since that is the case, young master can enter the mansion. Our Great Song Mansion welcomes young talents like young master." The guard said politely. Zhuo did not expect the guards of the Great Song Mansion to be so polite. However, this was related to him not being able to conceal his aura. Since Mansion Master Songjia planned to invite all the geniuses in the Great Song Mansion to gather in Great Song City, he would naturally welcome those young talents who were not old but had a strong cultivation. Looking at Zhuo's departing figure, the 2 guards whispered to each other. Their gazes were also filled with a hint of surprise. The aura on this young master's body is so strong. He seems to be around 22 years old, right? He is indeed very strong. He is stronger than most of the young warriors who came in before. He is even comparable to those veteran warriors. This child is not simple. After entering the mansion, a green-clothed manservant walked in front of Zhuo. He nodded and bowed as he said, "Young master, are you here because of the hero assembly?" Zhuo nodded. Seeing this, the smile on the green-clothed manservant's face became even wider. He gestured with his right hand and said with a smile, "Young master, please follow me. Everyone who comes from afar is a guest. I will first bring young master to the gathering place." As he spoke, the green-clothed manservant slowly led the way in front of Zhuo. Zhuo naturally did not have any objections. He leisurely followed behind the green-clothed manservant. At the same time, he sized up the scenery of the Great Song Mansion from the corner of his eyes. This Great Song Mansion was indeed imposing. Countless pavilions and towers appeared in the surroundings. Carved railings and jade walls, tall pavilions, and platforms faintly revealed a trace of solemnity. After passing through a rather long corridor, the green-clothed manservant brought Zhuo to a rather magnificent hall. At this moment, there were many seats in the hall. Moreover, they were arranged in a way that faced each other. There was a seat at the head of the hall. However, at this moment, this seat was empty and there was no one there. Below the head of the hall, rows of seats were basically filled. Because there were too many people, most of the warriors were basically standing behind the 2 rows of seats. It looked like a black mass. Fortunately, the hall was large enough, so it did not seem so crowded. Zhuo glanced around. There were about 100 people in the hall. Moreover, their strength was above the realm of 4 sovereigns. Especially the 10 warriors sitting in the 2 rows, their auras were the strongest. Their cultivations were all above the realm of Empyrean. Zhuo even felt that one of them had a particularly strong aura. His cultivation was the same as his at the peak of the realm of Empyrean. This person was about 27 years old. He was dressed in a light purple robe. His face was resolute and his eyes were sharp. Just by sitting there, he was like a mountain rising from the ground. He was majestic and majestic. Moreover, Zhuan had also discovered that most of the martial artists present were not more than 30 years old. It seemed that this hero assembly should also have a certain age restriction. After all, the older one was, the more time they would have to cultivate. Therefore, their cultivation would naturally be much stronger than those younger martial artists. If some old monsters who had cultivated for hundreds of years were randomly selected to participate in the hero assembly, then wouldn't those younger warriors be at a disadvantage? Many people in the hall looked at the purple-clothed man with eyes that contained a strong sense of fear and reverence. Even the Empyrean warriors in the other 9 seats had similar expressions. Peak of the realm of Empyrean. That was already a warrior who stood at the peak of the realm of 4 sovereigns. He was only 1 step away for the realm of Emperor. The sound of Zhuan entering the hall was not very loud. Therefore, it did not attract the attention of most people. However, the purple-clothed youth at the peak of the realm of Empyrean could not help but glance at the door from the corner of his eyes. However, the moment he saw Zhuan, the indifference in his eyes suddenly turned into doubt. This was because he was actually unable to sense the true cultivation aura of the young man who had just entered. In particular, this young man was several years younger than him. In front of a cultivator who was younger than him, he was actually unable to see through his true cultivation. This caused the purple-clothed man to be slightly surprised. However, he was only surprised. Soon, he regained his calm and muttered in a low voice, "Maybe he has cultivated a special concealment secret technique. However, these are all unorthodox methods and are not worth mentioning." As he spoke, his attention was no longer on Zhuan. Instead, he silently waited for the arrival of Palace Master Sangjia. This time, his goal was to participate in the hero assembly and obtain a quota to enter the ancient ruins of the Supreme Demon Sect. He believed that with the Supreme Demon Sect's foundation, if he entered the ancient ruins of the Supreme Demon Sect and obtained a certain opportunity, then he might be able to advance to the Emperor realm. Zhuan silently entered the crowd and did not attract anyone's attention. He also followed the crowd and waited for the appearance of Palace Master Sangjia. After waiting for about a quarter of an hour, a group of people walked in from outside the hall. The person in the lead was extremely tall. He was actually more than 10 feet tall. As soon as he entered the hall, he gave everyone a strong sense of oppression. This person was about middle-aged. He carried a huge sword on his back, and his eyes were extremely sharp. It was as if his eyes contained a sharp sword. There were 2 figures following behind this person. One of them was actually a young lady. This lady had high eyebrows, and her eyes were like flowing water. There was a trace of sparkling light in her eyes. However, there was also a trace of mischievousness in them. The other was an old man in a wide robe. This old man's aura was very ordinary. However, if one had sharp eyes, they would definitely be able to see that this old man was not ordinary. Within the crowd, Zhuowen's gaze was fixed on the tall, middle-aged man and the old man in a wide robe. His face was filled with caution, especially the middle-aged man. The aura that he emitted gave Zhuo an extremely dangerous feeling. It was even more dangerous than the Azura Island's Island Lord, Azura. As for the old man in a wide robe, his aura was also powerful. However, there was still a large gap between him and the middle-aged man. He was about the 3rd Heaven Emperor realm, Palace Master Sangjia. When the middle-aged man and the other 2 arrived, all the warriors in the hall stood up and cupped their hands. Their eyes were filled with reverence. Even the purple-robed man at the peak of the Heavenly Master realm who was sitting at the front stood up and lowered his head slightly to show his respect. "Thank you, young talents, for coming to my great Palace Master Sangjia." Chapter 1179. Yao Zhexing so strong. Zhuowen muttered in a low voice. Looking at Mansion Master Sangjia, his eyes were filled with a hint of seriousness. Mansion Master Sangjia's aura was very vigorous. He was definitely stronger than a 4th layer emperor, or perhaps a 5th layer emperor. I presume everyone knows about the hero assembly this time? Mansion Master Sanjaya said, quite frankly. As soon as these words came out, the eyes of everyone in the hall lit up. They had traveled thousands of miles from Great Song Prefecture to Great Song City for this hero assembly. Now that Mansion Master Sanjaya had mentioned the main point, they naturally paid close attention. I wonder if Mansion Master can tell us the details of this hero assembly? The purple-clothed youth, who had been sitting at the front, suddenly opened his mouth. Mansion Master Sanjaya glanced at the purple-clothed youth, especially when he saw that the purple-clothed youth had the aura of a peak heavenly venerable. The smile on his face was slightly wider as he said, "You should be greater one sex Yao Zhisheng, right?" The purple-clothed youth bowed and said, "Mansion Master's eyes are indeed as sharp as pearls. To be able to recognize this junior is overwhelmed by your favor. It's actually Yao Zhisheng. No wonder his cultivation has reached the peak of heavenly venerable before the age of 30. This is the most talented disciple in the history of Greater One Sect. It is said that he is the direct disciple of Greater One Sect's master. I'm afraid he will inherit Greater One Sect's mantle in the future." After Mansion Master Sanjaya announced Yao Zhisheng's name, it caused a lot of uproar in the hall. Obviously, Yao Zhisheng's reputation in Great Song Prefecture was very high. The rules of the hero assembly this time are actually very simple. It's a competition of the strength of the younger generation martial artists of the 7 great prefectures. Every prefecture will send out 5 representatives to carry out challenges. If the genius of any prefecture is able to persist until the end and not be eliminated, then that prefecture will become the final victor. Speaking of this, Sanjaya smiled and said, "This time, my Great Song Prefecture already has 3 quotas. Now, I will choose 2 quotas to participate in this hero assembly." Hearing those words, the atmosphere of the hall immediately became heavy. Everyone looked at each other, and their brows slightly furrowed. There were nearly 100 martial artists in the hall, but only 2 were able to participate in the hero assembly. It could be seen how high the elimination rate was. Sanjaya didn't pay attention to the dissatisfaction in the eyes of other martial artists in the hall. This hero assembly was related to the complete map of the Great Demon Sect ruins. He couldn't allow any mistakes. If the selected martial artists weren't qualified, Sanjaya naturally wouldn't give those 2 places. If no one has any objections, then follow me to the Great Song Mansion's martial arts practice field. We will conduct the selection battle there. After saying that, Sanjaya smiled and looked around. His expression caused many people to complain secretly. However, they did not dare to refute Sanjaya. After all, Sanjaya was the Mansion Master of Great Song Prefecture and a mid-Emperor realm expert. He was not someone they could defy. Although his words sounded like a negotiation, Sanjaya's tone was unquestionable. "I'll leave everything to the Manor Lord." Yao Zhisheng nodded and said seriously, "Good. Everyone, please follow me." Sanjaya laughed loudly. He waved his hand and led everyone out of the hall. The martial arts field of the Datsang Mansion was located in the northwest corner. There was a vast open space there, and there were 5 high platforms spread out in the open space. Around the high platforms, there were all kinds of weapons placed. At this moment, there were already many warriors sparring on the high platforms in the martial arts field. These were basically the martial artists of Great Song Mansion. When Sanjaya led everyone into the martial arts practice field, many of the martial artists in the martial arts practice field retreated to the side. They bowed slightly, and their faces were full of respect. The rules of this selection battle are very simple. This Mansion Master will stand in the central arena. You can choose from the surrounding 4 arenas. As long as you can defeat your opponent in the arena and remain standing until the end, then you will become the champion of this arena. After eliminating all your opponents, the cultivator who becomes the champion will advance to the 2nd round of the selection battle. Remember, there are only 4 platforms in the martial arts practice field. That is to say, there are only 4 champions. As long as you defeat the champion of the platform, you will become the new champion. As long as you are strong enough and not eliminated by others, you will be qualified to advance to the 2nd round. On the central platform, Sangjia stood with his hands clasped behind his back. He looked around at nearly 100 people and said loudly. In the crowd, Zhuowen looked pensive. The champion elimination system proposed by Sangjia was quite cruel. If you became the champion, you would have to accept the challenges of nearly 100 people. Only if you defeated all your challengers, you would be qualified to advance to the second round. If you failed, this qualification would be taken by the next champion. Let's start now. Sangjia waved his sleeves and said loudly. However, the atmosphere in the audience was a little dignified. Everyone was not stupid. They knew that the first champion would be challenged by the most people. Whoosh! Yao Zhesheng, who was dressed in a purple robe, stepped out and landed on one of the platforms. He looked down at the other warriors in the audience. Not long after Yao Zhesheng stepped on a platform, 3 more figures occupied the other 3 platforms. They were all warriors at the late stage of the Celestial Master Realm. Their auras were bulging and looked exceptionally terrifying. When they saw that the strength of the 4 arena masters was so terrifying, the many martial artists below the stage who were ready to make a move were all silent. Yao Zhesheng aside, the 3 late-stage heavenly venerables in the other 3 arenas were already enough to make them suffer. Looking at the warriors in the audience who did not move for a long time, Sangjia frowned and said loudly, "If you don't take action, these 4 champions will directly advance to the second round in an hour." Sure enough, after Sangya's words came out, the warriors who had been quiet became restless again. Immediately, 4 figures rushed out and went onto the 4 platforms. Since Sangjia said that the champions who were not challenged in an hour would automatically advance to the next round, they naturally could not give such a good opportunity to Yao Zhesheng and the other 3. They had to fight for it. The strength of these 4 warriors was very ordinary. They were directly blasted off the platform by the 4 champions. Whoosh! Whoosh! The moment the 4 cultivators were blasted off the stage, another 4 figures flashed onto the high platform. They used all of their skills to try and defeat the ringmasters. Unfortunately, the second batch of people was not strong enough to shake the 4 ringmasters. As time went by, more and more warriors were eliminated. The strength of the first 4 champions was really too strong. Most of the warriors in the audience were not the opponents of these 4 champions. Zhuowen silently stood where he was, quietly observing the progress of the arena matches. He knew that in this group of people, there were 10 Empyrean-level martial artists. Of these 10 Empyrean-level martial artists, 4 of them had already stepped up to become arena masters. Now, there were only 6 left. Zhuowen knew that as the crowd was gradually eliminated, these 6 Empyrean-level martial artists would definitely step up. Sure enough, when there were only a few warriors left in the audience, the remaining 6 warriors finally moved. 3 of them turned into 3 shadows and came to the 3 platforms except for Yao Zhesheng. Yao Zhesheng was an expert at the peak of the Celestial Master Realm. Among this group of people, he was the strongest. Since there were only 4 champions, the remaining 6 Celestial Masters were not stupid enough to face such a difficult opponent like Yao Zhesheng. The 3 warriors who rushed onto the platform were weaker than the 3 champions. They were either middle-stage Celestial Masters or early-stage Celestial Masters. Although the battle between the 6 was extremely fierce, the 3 champions were late-stage Celestial Masters after all. Their cultivations were suppressed to a certain extent. Therefore, after fighting for dozens of rounds, the 3 champions eliminated the 3 challengers one after another. Now, there are only 4 warriors left in the audience. Sangjia looked at the 4 champions with some appreciation. It was not easy to maintain a winning record from the beginning to the end. After all, they had experienced so many battles. Although the 4 champions' cultivations were not low, they had consumed a lot of energy. For them, this was still a loss. However, the majority of the surrounding people were paying attention to those remaining 3 Empyrean martial artists, while Zhuowen was directly ignored. Sangjia glanced slightly at the remaining 4 warriors. When his eyes fell on Zhuowen, his body trembled and his eyes revealed a hint of surprise. Interesting. This boy is much younger than Yao Zhesheng, but he has reached such a high cultivation. It seems that he is not simple. Sangja murmured in a low voice and looked at Zhuowen meaningfully. Zhuowen naturally felt Sangjia's surprised gaze, but he did not feel strange. With Sangjia's cultivation, if he noticed him, he would definitely be able to see that he deliberately concealed his aura. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The remaining 3 warriors no longer hesitated. They all flew up and immediately broke out 3 violent original energy fluctuations. Because of Yao Zhexing's deterrence, at this moment, no one challenged him. He stood in the arena and looked quite leisurely. He even looked at the battles in the other 3 arenas with interest. Among the remaining 3 warriors, 2 were middle-stage Celestial Masters, and the other was late-stage Celestial Master. The late-stage Celestial Master warrior was slightly older than Yao Zhexing. He should be about 28 or 29 years old. He was dressed in black and held a black dagger. His attacks were always unexpected, forcing the champion, who was also at late-stage Celestial Master, to be flustered and panting. Bang! Bang! 2 dull sounds of collision rang out, followed by 2 muffled groans. Immediately, the 2 middle-stage Celestial Masters flew out and crashed heavily on the ground. Obviously, they had also failed their challenge. Bang! The instant these 2 warriors were eliminated, another figure flew out and smashed into the ground not far from the 2 of them. The 2 of them focused their eyes and were stunned to discover that the person who had been sent flying was actually the arena master who had been challenged by the man in black. Chapter 1180. Screening the eliminated arena master clutched his chest as he stared at the man in black on the stage with fear in his eyes. The strength of the man in black was very terrifying. Although he was also at the late heavenly venerable realm, he felt a lot of pressure from this person. He knew that even if he faced this person with his peak strength, he would not be able to gain the slightest advantage. Since then, Zhuowen was the only one left below the stage. Although many of the surrounding cultivators noticed that Zhuowen was concealing his aura, they didn't care too much about it. After all, Zhuowen looked too young, only around 22 years old. It was unlikely that his cultivation would be very high. After all, Yao Zhexing was known as the strongest disciple of the Greater One sect, and he had also reached the peak of the heavenly venerable realm at the age of 27. This speed was already considered monstrous, so after seeing how young Zhuowen was, many people did not think that Zhuowen's cultivation would be very strong. Yao Zhexing, who was standing on the stage, glanced at Zhuowen indifferently and did not pay much attention to him. His thoughts were similar to the others. Dang, dang, dang. Zhuowen stepped forward, walking step by step towards the eastern arena. On the arena was another one of the 4 arena masters who had lasted until now. After fighting for more than an hour, even if this person was a late heavenly venerable realm martial artist, he could not take it anymore. However, when he saw Zhuowen walking over, he frowned and asked coldly, "You plan to challenge me?" "Yes." Zhuowen nodded, but his footsteps were not slow as he jumped onto the stage. "Reason?" the man said coldly. Zhuowen smiled faintly and said, "Because you look the weakest. This reason should be more sufficient, right?" As soon as these words came out, the martial artist who was being challenged stiffened and then burst into a monstrous rage. This young man, whose aura did not seem strong, dared to say such words in public. To him, this was undoubtedly a ruthless slap in the face. "It seems that you are very confident, but soon your confidence will become a joke." With a cold snort, the martial warriors stomped on the ground, causing the entire stage to shake violently. Then, the person shot out like an arrow from a bow, instantly appearing beside Zhuowen. His right fist suddenly blasted out, bringing with it a sharp whistling sound as it tore through the air. Zhuowen's long hair and sleeves fluttered in the wind. Immediately, Zhuowen twisted his right hand and pinched the warrior's fist. The power of Buddhism spread throughout Zhuowen's right hand. The martial artist only felt a sharp pain in his right hand. Then, to his horror, he discovered that his right hand was tightly gripped by Zhuowen, unable to move at all. Crack! With a twist of Zhuowen's hand, the cultivator immediately let out a miserable shriek. Zhuowen's right fist blasted out, smashing into the cultivator's chest. A muffled sound rang out, and the cultivator was cleanly sent flying. Boom! The martial warriors landed heavily on the ground. Soon after, he struggled a few times, but was unable to get up. Clearly, the injuries he suffered were quite serious. One move. Zhuowen only used one move to cleanly send the arena master off the stage. Almost everyone's eyes were gathered on the arena master, who was sent flying off the stage. After a long while, they finally believed what had happened in front of them. So powerful. An uproar swept out like a hurricane. Soon after, everyone's gazes shifted slightly and landed on Zhuowen, who was quietly standing on the stage. The nonchalant expression in everyone's eyes gradually disappeared, defeating an advanced heavenly master with one move. Although the arena master's yuan power was exhausted after fighting for a long time, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. Without a certain level of strength, it was impossible to defeat the exhausted arena master. Oh, this lad is quite strong. Yao Zhixing frowned slightly, looking at Zhuowen, who had ascended the stage to become the new arena master. It seemed that he had indeed underestimated this lad from the beginning. The other two arena masters also cast their gazes toward Zhuowen, revealing a trace of seriousness in their eyes. Although the arena master defeated by Zhuowen was not at his peak fighting strength, to be able to defeat him in one move, it was obvious that even if the latter had peak fighting strength, the probability of defeating Zhuowen was not high. This lad is still hiding his cultivation, really. On the central stage, Sangjie looked at Zhuowen, shook his head, and muttered to himself somewhat helplessly. However, Sangjie was more happy. Zhuowen was 4 or 5 years younger than Yao Zhixing, but his cultivation was already similar to Yao Zhixing. As long as one was not a fool, they would know that between the two, Zhuowen's talent was naturally much stronger. Moreover, it seemed that Zhuowen did not belong to any force, so Sangjie was somewhat tempted to recruit him into the Great Song Mansion. The 4 people in the first round have all been selected. Then, the 4 of you should rest for a while. After an hour, the second round of the competition will begin on the central stage. Remember, there are only 2 spots, so the 4 of you only have one chance. If you win, you will have a spot to participate in the hero assembly. Sangjie said indifferently. Yao Zhixing and the other 3 nodded and immediately sat cross-legged on the stage to meditate according to Sangjie's instructions. Many envious gazes were cast from below the stage. This hero assembly was related to the Great Demon Sect ruins. If all the maps were gathered, then they would have the qualifications to enter the Great Demon Sect with Sangjie. At this moment, there were 4 figures standing quietly below the stage. The leader of these 4 figures was a young girl. This girl's face was quite delicate and cute. Behind the girl, there was an old man with a huge aura standing silently. These 2 people were the 2 people who had entered the hall with Sangjie. Many people around looked at these 2 people with a trace of awe. There was no other reason. The young girl was Sangjie's daughter, Song Dai, and the old man behind Song Dai was the general manager of the Great Song Mansion. He had a pivotal position in the Great Song Mansion. On the other side of Song Dai, there was a couple in their 30s standing silently. At this moment, the couple was staring at the stage where Zhuowen was at with a strange expression. The woman with the bun couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice, "It's him." If Zhuowen paid attention to this, he would be able to recognize this couple. Weren't they the couple Zhang Shui and Ji Fong, who were assassinated by the 10th extremity? Song Dai also noticed the strange expression on the couple's faces. She frowned slightly and said softly, Senior sister's husband, what's wrong?" Zhang Shui and Ji Fong looked at each other. Soon after, Zhang Shui gritted her teeth and said, "Junior sister Song Dai, you also know that we were assassinated by the 10th extremity of the 10 Extremities sect when we were on our way to the Great Song Mansion, right?" Song Jie nodded. Her watery eyes stared straight at the couple as she said, "I know. Senior sister, didn't you say that the 10th ultimate was killed by an unfamiliar young man and that he even saved your lives?" Zhang Shui nodded. Soon after, she pointed at Zhuowen's back and said softly, The young man who saved us last time is that person. What? Song Dai was stunned. Soon after, her beautiful eyes fell on Zhuowen. Although the 10th extremity's cultivation was at the advanced stage of the heavenly venerate realm, its fighting strength was at the peak of the heavenly venerate realm. Although Zhuowen's performance was quite amazing, he should still be far from the 10th extremity, which could kill a peak heavenly venerate realm cultivator. However, Zhang Shui said that the person who killed the 10th extremity was Zhuowen, who was only 22 years old. This made Song Dai look at Zhuowen in a different light. This was because Zhang Shui had guessed that this young man might be an Emperor Realm expert. This young man's cultivation has not reached the Emperor Realm. However, he has reached the peak of the heavenly venerate realm. The old man standing beside Song Dai said indifferently. So he is at the peak of the heavenly venerate realm. However, this young man is only 22 years old. To be able to reach Yao Zhexing's level at such a young age, his master must be extraordinary, Song Dai said with a frown. Ji Feng, who was standing beside Zhang Shui, suddenly opened his mouth and said, Junior Song Dai, actually one of the incomplete maps of the great demon sect ruins is with this young man. However, before Ji Feng could finish his sentence, he was stopped by Zhang Shui. He did not continue his sentence. Shui, why are you stopping me? Ji Feng asked with a frown. Husband, we promised him that we would not tell anyone about this. If you do this, Zhang Shui frowned and said with a slightly displeased tone, That young man helped us because of the incomplete maps on us. I don't think he's a good person at all, Ji Feng said indignantly. Seeing that the couple was arguing, Song Dai waved her hand and stopped the argument. She said, Senior brother-in-law, you said that you have the incomplete maps of the great demon sect ruins on you? Ji Feng nodded and said yes. Originally, we planned to give the incomplete maps to Song Dai Palace Master. However, we encountered the 10th extremity. That young man came out halfway. Although he killed the 10th extremity, he also took the incomplete maps on us. He has one of the incomplete maps on him. Song Dai squinted her beautiful eyes and stared at Zhuowen's back. No one knew what she was thinking. Miss, do you want me to tell Song Dai Palace Master to take the incomplete maps from this young man? The old man whispered to Song Dai. Song Dai shook her head and said, There is no need to rush. This young man is very talented and was able to kill the 10th extremity. It seems that he does not belong to any sect. We can actually recruit him into the Great Song Mansion. At that time, we can exchange for the incomplete maps from him. For now, let's watch the second round of battles. Hearing Song Dai's words, the old man nodded and did not have any objections. After an hour, the 4 arena masters on the 4 arenas opened their eyes and slowly stood up. Song Dai, who was in the middle of the arena, waved his sleeve and immediately took out 4 light sticks. He said with a smile, The 4 of you will draw a light stick. When the light sticks match, your opponent will be chosen. After Song Dai Palace Master's words, Zhuowen, Yao Zhexing, and the other 2 did not have any objections. They extended their right hands and drew their light sticks. Chapter 1181. Shadow of 1,000 Bats. When the man in black saw that his opponent was Zhuowen, he frowned slightly. However, his eyes were filled with fighting spirit, and there was no fear at all. Let the second round begin. As soon as Mansion Master Songjia's voice fell, Zhuowen and the man in black jumped onto the stage. Yao Zhexing and another late-stage, heavenly venerable warrior jumped onto the other stage. Yao Zhexing's opponent's aura was obviously much weaker than Yao Zhexing's. After all, Yao Zhexing was a peak heavenly venerable warrior. Even if he had peak fighting strength, he was only a late-stage heavenly venerable. No matter what, he was not likely to be Yao Zhexing's opponent in this battle. Boom! The instant they leapt onto the stage, the battle between the 2 began. Frightening Yuan power was just like ripples in water as it spread out in all directions. Colorful Yuan power energy overflowed in all directions, appearing rather dazzling. The crowd below the stage all revealed expectant gazes as they looked at the scene on the 2 stages. They really wanted to know who would obtain the quota for the hero assembly. Of course, Most people did not pay much attention to Yao Zhixing's battle, because they knew that Yao Zhixing's cultivation was at the peak of the heavenly venerable realm. He would absolutely crush a late-stage heavenly venerable warrior. On the contrary, the battle between the man in black and Zhuowen attracted most of the attention. In the audience's opinion, the two of them should be evenly matched. Generally, this kind of battle was quite exciting. Therefore, the spectators who like to watch a good show naturally like this kind of battle. Have you cultivated a secret technique to conceal your cultivation? The man in black stared at Zhuowen, and his eyes narrowed into a dangerous arc. Zhuowen shrugged and did not answer. Instead, he said indifferently, "Tell me your name." The man in black snorted and said, "My name is Jiang Jie." "It's your turn." Zhuowen said concisely. However, the moment Zhuowen's voice fell, Jiang Jie moved. His speed was extremely fast, and he turned into a black lightning in front of Zhuowen. In half a breath, he had unknowingly arrived behind Zhuowen. Whoosh! A black dagger flew out from Jiang Jie's sleeve, aiming at Zhuowen's vitals. Everything seemed so natural and smooth. Quite a number of people below the stage cried out softly when they saw Jiang Jie's smooth movements. Jiang Jie's unexpected attack was really too perfect. If they were in Zhuowen's current situation, they would discover that they would not be able to dodge this attack at all. Zhuowen quietly stood at the same spot. He could feel the strong wind coming from behind him. With a cold snort, he stepped on the ground, and his entire body was like a windmill standing upside down in the air. Jiang Jie's dagger that was about to sneak an attack from behind missed. Not good. Jiang Jie's pupils shrank when his attack missed. He planned to retreat immediately, but Zhuowen naturally would not let him succeed. Trying to escape? It's not that easy. An indifferent voice sounded. Then, Zhuowen descended from the sky. His right palm turned into a fist, and he suddenly punched out. A blazing golden light overflowed in all directions like a blazing sun. The whistling wind from the fist made Jiang Jie's pupils shrink to the size of needles. With a low shout, the black dagger in his right hand tilted, and the blade of the dagger slashed toward Zhuowen. Bang! Facing Jiang Jie's dagger, Zhuowen did not dodge at all. He clenched his right fist tightly and directly punched forward. Then a mountain-like force exploded. Jiang Jie's right hand suddenly bent, and the crisp sound of bones breaking resounded. Ah! Jiang Jie let out a blood-curdling scream and hurriedly retreated dozens of steps. His left hand was clutching his right hand, which was obviously bent at an irregular angle. His eyes were fixed on Zhuowen, who was in front of him. His heart had already sunk to the bottom. Zhuowen's physical body was so terrifying. The power of that punch seemed to have the power of 1,000 caddies, directly crushing him. This scene was seen by countless people below the stage, especially when they saw that Jiang Jie's right hand had been fractured by Zhuowen's attack. Everyone began to discuss spiritedly and whisper. Originally, they thought that this would be an evenly matched battle, but now it seemed that it had completely exceeded their expectations. So strong. How can this young man named Zhuowen be so terrifying? Jiang Jie is an advanced heavenly master warrior, but his right arm was broken by him in one move. It seems that we have underestimated the strength of this young man. I'm afraid that he already has the strength to compete with Yao Zhixing. Discussions slowly rang out. In the arena, Jiang Jie's face was as pale as snow. He stared at Zhuowen and slowly retreated. Do you still want to fight? Zhuowen slowly walked over, his eyes full of indifference. Jiang Jie frowned slightly, his eyes flashing as if he had made up his mind. He snorted coldly and said, I didn't expect your physical strength to be so terrifying, but I don't believe that you can be faster than me. Shadow of 1,000 bats. As he spoke, Jiang Jie stomped his foot. Suddenly, countless bat shadows surrounded his body. Then, his speed reached the extreme, and he disappeared in an instant before Zhuowen's eyes. So fast. The moment Jiang Jie transformed into the shadow of 1,000 bats, the people below the arena only saw a blur in front of their eyes. They couldn't see Jiang Jie's shadow at all. The only thing they could recognize was the countless bat shadows that were constantly flashing in the arena. Zhuowen stood quietly in the middle of the ring, looking at the countless bat shadows around him. He frowned slightly and snorted coldly. He took a step forward, and his right hand made a grabbing motion in the air. However, he only managed to grab empty air. He had only grabbed the bat shadows. The speed of the shadow of 1,000 bats is not something that you can compare with. What's the use of your physical strength? It's useless if you can't hit me. Jiang Jie's slightly arrogant voice came from the countless bat shadows. It was like an echo that filled the entire arena. Bang! At this moment, the battle on Yao Zhixing's side was completely over. Yao Zhixing slowly turned around and stared at the arena where Zhuowen and Jiang Jie were. He crossed his arms and watched with interest. He naturally noticed that Zhuowen had broken Jiang Jie's right hand with one move. He also paid attention to this Zhuowen. Although he still couldn't see through Zhuowen's depth, he guessed that this boy's cultivation was about the same as his. It was very likely that he was also at the peak of the Heavenly Master Realm. He's only 22 years old, and his cultivation has reached the peak of the Heavenly Master Realm. Yao Zhixing muttered in a low voice. He felt a little uncomfortable and looked at Zhuowen with an unfriendly gaze. He was the most outstanding disciple in the history of the Greater One sect and was considered a top genius in the entire Great Song Mansion. The only people who could surpass him in talent were the geniuses of the Great Song Mansion. The geniuses of other forces simply couldn't compare with him. Now, a young man who was 4 or 5 years younger than him had suddenly appeared, and his cultivation was not weaker than him. This situation made the proud and arrogant Yao Zhixing faintly unhappy. This Jiang Jie's shadow of 1,000 bats movement technique has some skill. It shouldn't be easy for this Zhuowen to break through. Master Cangjie also stared at the arena where Zhuowen and Jiang Jie were and muttered in a low voice. When Jiang Jie and Zhuowen were fighting, he already knew that the victory of this battle was leaning toward Zhuowen. Therefore, when Zhuowen broke Jiang Jie's arm in one move, he wasn't surprised at all. Whoosh! Amidst the countless bat shadows, a cold beam of light suddenly shot out and headed straight for Zhuowen's back. This cold beam of light was extremely fast, so fast that many of the cultivators below the stage could not react in time. However, just as the cold light was about to land on Zhuowen's back, Zhuowen twisted his waist and his right hand shot out like a poisonous snake. He immediately grabbed an arm and exerted force. Another bone-cracking sound rang out. The moment the bone-cracking sound rang out, it was accompanied by a miserable scream. "Get down here!" Zhuowen's indifferent voice sounded. Then, a figure was suddenly pulled out from the shadow of 1,000 bats by Zhuowen. This figure was naturally Jiang Jie, who was hidden in the countless bat shadows. At this moment, Jiang Jie could be said to be miserable. Both of his arms were almost broken by Zhuowen's brute force and were hanging down powerlessly. He looked quite miserable. Bang! Zhuowen casually swung his right hand and threw Jiang Jie to the ground. He said indifferently, "Do you still want to fight?" Jiang Jie's body trembled. He stomped his feet and jumped down from the arena directly. Then, he left the Song Mansion directly. With both of his arms broken, he was too ashamed to stay there. Looking at Jiang Jie, who left without hesitation, Zhuowen revealed an indifferent smile. Then, he lifted his eyes and looked at Cangjie. He said, "Mansion Master Cangjie, this battle should be considered as my victory, right?" Mansion Master Cangjie revealed a smile and said, "Of course." Then, Cangjie said to the crowd in a clear voice, "This time, the 2 participants have been selected. They are Yao Zhixing and Zhuowen. I believe no one has any objections, right?" As soon as these words came out, there was silence. No one raised any objections. After all, the strength of Yao Zhixing and Zhuowen was obvious to everyone. There was indeed no reason to object. Looking at the silent crowd, Cangjie smiled faintly. Then, he said to Zhuowen and Yao Zhixing with a smile, "The 2 of you, come with me. It's time to familiarize you with the other 3. Yao Zhixing and Zhuowen looked at each other, speechless. They silently followed behind Cangjie. As the strongest disciple of Greater One sect, Yao Zhesheng had his own pride. Naturally, he would not take the initiative to greet Zhuowen. On the other hand, Zhuowen did not put Yao Zhesheng in his eyes. After all, a peak heavenly master was nothing in his eyes. Therefore, the atmosphere between the two was rather strange. When Sangjia took Yao Zhesheng and Zhuowen away, the crowd in the martial arts practice field began to discuss spiritedly. Many people looked at the backs of Yao Zhesheng and Zhuowen with envy. On the other side of the martial art practice field, Sangjia and the other three people were discussing something. Miss, since one of the incomplete maps of Greater Demon Sect ruins is with Zhuowen, should we ask that boy for it? The old man suddenly asked Sangjia. Chapter 1182. Silence, miss, you mean? The old man's eyes lit up as he spoke with excitement. He already somewhat understood the meaning behind Song Dai's words. Originally, every manor head of the 7 major prefectures had a piece of the map. Regardless of whether their Great Song Prefecture won or lost in the hero competition, having another piece of the map would definitely be beneficial to them. If their Great Song Manor won, then not only would they be able to obtain the map fragments from the other 6 mansion masters. When the 8 map fragments were combined, it would be the complete map of the ancient ruins of the Great Demon Sect. Even if they lost, they, who had another map fragment, would have an additional bargaining chip. With Zhuowen's formidable talent, he would still be of great use to their Great Song Manor. Therefore, there was no need to ruin their relationship with him because of the map fragment. Miss is indeed wise and mighty. After the old man thought it through, he bowed in admiration. The corner of Song Dai's mouth curled up as she lightly smiled and said, "Don't tell father about this first. Let's talk about it after the hero assembly. Otherwise, it's hard to guarantee that Zhuowen won't see through it." As she spoke, Song Dai looked at Zhang Shui and Ji Fong and said, senior sister's husband, I'll have to trouble the two of you to leave Great Song City first. After the hero assembly, I'll entertain the two of you again." "It's fine. We originally planned to give the map fragment to the mansion master, but many things happened along the way. That's why we ended up in our current situation. Now that we've revealed the location of the map fragment, we'll be able to help junior sister Song Dai. The two of us are quite satisfied." Ji Fong repeatedly waved his hand. His gaze towards Song Dai was faintly fiery. However, this fiery gaze was very faint. If one didn't observe carefully, it would be difficult to notice. Zhang Shui, who was standing beside Ji Fong, frowned slightly. However, since Ji Fong had already revealed this matter, there was no point for her to say anything more. After exchanging greetings for a while, Ji Fong and Zhang Shui bid farewell and left the Great Song Manor. After walking out of Great Song City, Zhang Shui was slightly displeased and said, "Husband, at the very least, Zhuowen saved our lives back then. Moreover, we promised that we would not tell anyone about this matter. Aren't you going back on your word now?" Ji Fong was slightly displeased, and he said, "Shui, that Zhuowen isn't a good person. Otherwise, how could he have suddenly appeared on our ship? It's obvious that he's here for the map fragment. I'm afraid that he's been hiding on our ship for a long time, waiting for an opportunity. The appearance of the 10th ultimate has created an opportunity for him." Hearing Ji Fong's words, Zhang Shui also felt that it made sense. The way Zhuowen appeared was too strange. They didn't even notice where Zhuowen came from before. It was as if he appeared out of thin air. "Husband, maybe you are right." Zhang Shui nodded. Although she still had some doubts in her heart, she still chose to believe Ji Fong. Puchi. Not long after Ji Fong and Zhang Shui walked out of Grand Song City, a black shadow suddenly swept past them. Then, 2 cold lights swept past their necks, bringing along 2 streams of blood. When the two of them came to their senses, their eyes widened as they stared at the black shadow in front of them. Their throats contracted, but they couldn't utter a single word. This was because the 2 cold lights had directly cut off their vocal cords. When the black shadow slowly turned around, Zhang Shui and Ji Fong's pupils shrank at the same time. Their right hand pointed at the figure in front of them, and their eyes were filled with disbelief and doubt. "Don't be surprised. because the young lady said that the dead are always better at keeping secrets than the living. Therefore, the two of you should leave first. After saying this, the person shook his sleeves, and 2 yuan chi forces swept out. Instantly, they pierced through Zhang Shui and Ji Fang's foreheads. The two of them slowly fell to the ground with unwilling expressions. After dealing with Zhang Shui and Ji Fang's corpses, the figure slowly turned around, revealing a slightly weathered face. This person was the old man beside Song Jie. This old man's cultivation was at the 3rd-level Emperor realm. It was naturally easy for him to kill Ji Fang and Zhang Shui, 2 early heavenly venerables. In the depths of the great Song mansion, Song Jie led Zhuowen and Yao Zhixing to a rather large courtyard. In the center of the courtyard, there was a towering ancient tree. Its lush branches and leaves almost cover an area of nearly 100 feet. Under the towering ancient tree, 2 figures stood quietly. When the 2 figures saw Song Jie and the other 2 enter, they bowed slightly and said, "Mansion Master." Zhuowen, who was standing behind Song Jie, silently sized up the 2 figures under the towering ancient tree. He was surprised to find that the 2 people's cultivation was at the peak of the heavenly venerables. Moreover, their aura was above Yao Zhixing's. Obviously, if they were to erupt with battle strength, they would be above Yao Zhixing. Moreover, these 2 people were not very old. They were even younger than Yao Zhixing by 1 or 2 years. Yao Zhixing also noticed these 2 people, and his face was slightly ugly. Although he knew that the geniuses of the Great Song Mansion were definitely much stronger than their Greater One sect, but these 2 people that appeared were stronger than him, the strongest disciple of the Greater One sect. This still made his arrogant heart somewhat heavy. These 2 people are Song Yong and Song Fei. Although they are not the direct descendants of the Great Song Mansion, their talents are far superior to the other direct descendants. They are 2 of the 5 places this time, Song Jie said with a smile. Zhuowen and Yao Zhixing knew that Song Jie was talking to them. Song Yong and Song Fei faintly nodded to Zhuowen and Yao Zhixing. The 2 of them stayed on Zhuowen for a while because they found that although Zhuowen was younger than them, his aura was also at the peak of the heavenly venerables. His talent was somewhat extraordinary. However, the 2 of them were only surprised for a moment and did not pursue this too much. Although Zhuowen's talent was not bad, there was still a big gap between him and the one in the Great Song Mansion. "Where is Song Yang?" Song Jie suddenly asked. "Prince Song Yang is in closed-door training. He should not be able to come over now." The slightly taller Song Yang spread out his hands and said somewhat helplessly. Song Jie nodded and said, "Since Song Yang is in closed-door training, then there is no need to call him. It will be the 4 of you. When the time comes, I will personally explain the details of the hero assembly to Song Yang." Hearing Song Jie's words, Zhuowen and Yao Zhixing both raised their spirits. They wanted to see what the rules of this so-called hero assembly were like. The location of the hero assembly is Great Song City. When the time comes, I will set up an arena in the sky in Great Song City. The rules of the hero assembly are actually very simple. It is a battle royale. The first round is divided into 5 battles. Each mansion will send a genius. Only 1 person can successfully stay in the battle royale of 7 people. As for whether you can stay in the battle royale, it will all depend on your ability. After Song Jie finished speaking, Zhuowen and the other 3 revealed a touch of deep thought. It seemed that this hero assembly was not simple. It actually adopted the rules of a battle royale. After all, among the 7 big mansions, there would always be good relationships and bad relationships. When the time comes, the geniuses of the mansions with good relationships would definitely unite and eliminate the geniuses of the other mansions. Therefore, this rule was quite cruel. The hero assembly will be held in 5 days. You 2 will first rest in Great Song Mansion for 5 days. After 5 days, prepare for the hero assembly. Song Jie turned around and said to Zhuowen and Yao Zhixing. Zhuowen and Yao Zhixing naturally did not have any objections. After Song Jie talked about some more important matters, Song Jie ordered Song Fei and Song Yong to take Zhuowen and Yao Zhixing to the place where they would stay. Yao Zhixing is a great disciple of the Greater One sect. Song Yong and I know about this. But Zhuowen, which sect are you from? We have never heard of such a young talent like you in Great Song Mansion. When Songfei was leading the way, he would occasionally chat with Zhuowen and Yao Zhixing. At this moment, he asked. Zhuowen smiled indifferently and casually said, I just came from a secluded place. My master is Taoist Songlong. It's just that my master rarely walks around the outside world, so it's normal that you don't know about him. Taoist Songlong? Song Fei and Song Yong looked at each other, their eyes filled with doubt. Obviously, they had never heard of this so-called Songlong Taoist. However, since Zhuowen had already said that he came from a place of seclusion, it would not be good for them to ask too much. He's just a rogue cultivator without any sect. I really don't know what kind of luck he has to reach the peak of the Heavenly Master Realm. I can only say that your luck is really good. Yao Zhixing suddenly said indifferently. For a moment, the atmosphere between the four people became a little stagnant. Song Yong and Song Fei looked at each other and also found that Yao Zhixing seemed to have some opinions about Zhuowen. But after all, this was not their business, so the two of them did not intervene too much in this matter and just kept silent. Zhuowen faintly glanced at Yao Zhixing and said, That's right. I was indeed lucky to be able to cultivate to the peak of the Heavenly Master Realm. However, some people are much older than me. No matter how bad their luck is, their cultivation should be higher than mine. Now it seems that may not be the case. Hearing Zhuowen's obviously sarcastic words, Yao Zhixing's eyes turned cold. He stopped in his tracks and coldly stared at Zhuowen. He said, What do you mean? Nothing? Zhuowen faintly smiled, but his smile also had a touch of coldness. Although he did not care much about Yao Zhixing, if the other party was to provoke him, Zhuowen would not remain silent. Seeing that the atmosphere between the two was a little strange, Song Yong and Song Fei quickly stood in between Zhuowen and Yao Zhixing. Song Fei said in a deep voice, Both of you, the hero assembly is in 5 days. Both of you are geniuses chosen by the Palace Master, so please don't kill each other at this critical time. I'll let you off this time. After the hero assembly, I'll let you know what regret is. Yao Zhixing coldly said. Soon after, he turned around and left the place. Song Yong followed behind Yao Zhixing. It was likely that Song Yong planned to bring Yao Zhixing to his lodging alone. Zhuowen stared at Yao Zhixing's back with a sneer on his face. If Yao Zhixing really bumped into the tip of Zhuowen's spear, he would teach Yao Zhixing a lesson. Let's go. I'll bring you to your accommodation first. Chapter 1183. Heroes Assembly. 5 days passed quietly. In a courtyard, Zhuowen held the 7 kills saber and waved it slowly. It seemed slow, but it was actually fast. At the same time, a mysterious fluctuation was emitted from the saber blade, forming invisible ripples that spread out in all directions. Zhuowen had already comprehended the first move of the slaughter oath-breaking saber technique, Break Life. Now, Zhuowen was thinking about how to master the second move, Chaotic Mortal World. If Break Life was a move that was extremely murderous, then the second move, Chaotic Mortal World, was completely different from the former. Chaotic Mortal World had a trace of depravity in it. With one slash, it could make a warrior fall into the mortal world and make his opponent fall into depravity in the mortal world, willingly becoming a ghost under the saber. If the destruction of life and the chaotic mortal dust were combined, then the power that could be exerted would definitely be extremely terrifying. However, the chaotic mortal dust was even more mysterious than the destruction of life. So, Zhuowen still needed some time to completely master it. Although he hadn't completely mastered it, Zhuowen could still achieve a preliminary mastery of it. Whoosh! A figure landed in the courtyard like a black lightning. Zhuowen looked up and saw Song Fei staring at him with a faint smile. He nodded and slowly put away the 7-kill saber and walked towards Song Fei. Today is the hero's assembly. Brother Zhuo, come with me. After Song Fei finished speaking, he did not say anything else and slowly led the way. Zhuowen also silently followed behind him. After passing through a few corridors, they came to an open space. At this moment, there were already a few figures standing on the open space. The leader was Mansion Master Song Jia. Beside Song Jia, there was a fierce figure standing silently. This person was about 25 years old. He was wearing a purple gold robe. His face was as white as jade. His eyebrows were straight and his eyes were bright. His body revealed a handsome and threatening aura. This aura was very powerful, and it faintly revealed a trace of supreme emperor's might. This young man was definitely an Emperor Realm warrior. The arrival of Zhuowen and Tsang Fei naturally attracted the attention of Tsang Jie and the others in the open space. Tsang smilingly said to Zhuowen and Tsang Fei, "You two come behind me first, and then I will take you to the location of the hero assembly." Zhuowen and Tsang Fei naturally had no objections and silently walked behind Tsang Jie. It was worth noting that the Emperor Realm youth standing beside Tsang Jie had not even glanced at Zhuowen and Tsang Fei from the beginning to the end. Only when Tsang Jie spoke to him did the youth reluctantly open his mouth to speak. Even Zhuowen was surprised by this person's arrogance. However, when he recalled that this person was an Emperor Realm cultivator, Zhuowen didn't pay too much attention to him. It was normal for monstrous geniuses to be arrogant, but this person's arrogance was a little too much. "Zhuowen, he is the most powerful genius in my great Song mansion, Songyang. He is only 25 years old this year, and his cultivation has already reached the first-level Emperor Realm. At the same time, he is also a direct descendant of my great Song mansion. My father thinks highly of him." A clear voice came from behind Zhuowen. Zhuowen turned around and saw Tsang Dai walking towards him. Behind her was an old man with the cultivation of the third level of the Great Emperor Realm. Miss Tsang Dai, Tsang Fei, who was standing beside Zhuowen, bowed his head slightly and greeted her respectfully. Tsang Dai nodded. Her pure and beautiful eyes immediately fell on Zhuowen, sizing him up. Zhuowen stood where he was and calmly stared at the Tsang Saver. He was surprised that the Tsang Saver knew his name. He didn't remember speaking to the Tsang Saver before. "I was watching the selection battle from below the stage 5 days ago." Tsang Dai saw the doubt in Zhuowen's eyes and said with a smile, "So that's how it is." Hearing this, Zhuowen's doubts were slowly dispelled as he nodded. At this time, Tsang Yong and Yao Zhixing also came over. Under Tsang Dai's signal, they also walked behind Tsang Dai, not far from Zhuowen and Tsang Fei. "Junior sister Tsang Dai, I haven't seen you for half a year, and you have become more beautiful." After coming to a place not far away, Yao Zhixing glanced indifferently at Zhuowen. Then his gaze fell on Tsang Dai, revealing a fiery look in his eyes. Tsang Dai smiled slightly and said, "Senior brother Yao is the one who surprised me. When I left Greater One Sect, Senior Brother's cultivation was still at the late Heavenly Master Realm. Now that I haven't seen you for half a year, you have reached the peak Heavenly Master Realm. With such talent, Senior Brother will definitely lead Greater One Sect to glory in the future." Hearing Tsang Dai's praise, Yao Zhixing raised his chin slightly, revealing a trace of pleasure in his eyes. "Dai, you're here too?" Tsang Dai also noticed Tsang Dai's arrival and could not help but reveal a smile on his face. Standing beside Tsang Dai, Tsang Yang, who had been silent all this time, also turned around at this moment. His eyes were fixed on Tsang Dai, and his originally serious face revealed a touch of gentleness. "Little Dai, come to me and uncle. Don't associate with those ants. It will only lower your value," Tsang Yang said indifferently. Especially when he saw Tsang Dai standing so close to Zhuowen, it made Tsang Yang feel a little uncomfortable, while Tsang Jie's eyes flickered. As Tsang Dai's father, he understood Tsang Dai's character quite well. Tsang Dai was definitely an extremely thoughtful woman with a strong purpose. Moreover, Tsang Dai's requirements for men were extremely high. Ordinary warriors basically could not enter her eyes. Even their great Tsang mansion's most talented Tsang Yang, she only maintained an aloof attitude. However, today, Tsang Dai showed some enthusiasm towards Zhuowen. Such an attitude made Tsang Jie even more puzzled. Could it be that this Zhuowen's charm was so great? Of course, if Tsang Jie knew that Tsang Dai's purpose of approaching Zhuowen was because of the map of the Great Demon Sect ruins, then the doubt in his heart would automatically dissipate. Unfortunately, Song Dai did not tell Song Jia about this matter. Song Dai smiled appropriately and said, "Big brother Song Yang, little Dai can stay here. It's more comfortable to stay here." When Song Dai's words came out, Song Yang's eyes turned cold, and even Yao Zhixing's face was slightly cold. Of course, this was not towards Song Dai, but towards Zhuowen. After all, Song Dai's attitude towards Zhuowen was indeed somewhat different. Zhuowen frowned slightly. He did not understand Song Dai's attitude, because he did not have any contact with Song Dai before. Song Dai's friendly attitude made Zhuowen quite puzzled. Song Jie did not speak. He was quite assured about Song Dai. He said loudly, "You all follow me to the Hero Assembly's venue." After saying that, Song Jie left the great Song mansion first, and Zhuowen and the others followed closely behind. However, not long after Zhuowen stood up, a surge of energy suddenly shot from behind and swept towards his vital parts. Sensing the incoming force, Zhuowen's gaze turned cold. With a stomp of his foot, he dodged the incoming force. After which, he turned around and coldly stared at Song Yang as he asked, "What is the meaning of this?" At this moment, Song Yang slowly came to Zhuowen's side. His eyes were slightly surprised. He said, "It seems that you have some skills, but I still have to warn you. Little Dai is not someone you can get close to." After saying that, Song Yang leisurely walked away. Zhuowen silently stared at Song Yang's back as he left. The coldness in his eyes gradually increased. "Zhuowen, you don't have to mind too much. Song Yang's character is like this." Song Dai slowly came to Zhuowen's side and said with a chuckle. Zhuowen indifferently stared at Song Dai and said, "Missed Song Dai, could it be that you deliberately did this to force Song Yang to test my skills? Or do you have another purpose?" The corners of Song Dai's mouth curled into a smile. It was impossible to tell what she was thinking. She said with a chuckle, "This lady has a good impression of you. Can't I talk to a man who has a good impression of me?" After saying that, Song Dai brought the old man behind her and broke through the sky. Zhuowen was left with a puzzled expression. He frowned. He always felt that there was something wrong with Song Dai. However, the latter's actions were reasonable, and he couldn't find any fault with it. Let's not think about this for now. Let's deal with the Hero Assembly first. Shaking his head, Zhuowen followed behind Song Dai and the old man. At this moment, in the middle of Big Song City, 100 meters above the ground, a huge battle ring was floating quietly. Within Big Song City, there was a huge crowd of people. Many warriors were looking at the battle ring in the sky with anticipation. Everyone knew that the Hero Assembly was about to begin. At that time, the geniuses of the 7 major prefectures would collide and create extremely bright sparks. This was a grand event. Whoosh! Song Jie brought Song Yang and the other 4 and was the first to arrive. In the open space below, there were 7 huge seats. Song Jie landed on one of the seats, while Song Yang and the others silently stood behind her. Missed Song Dai, who are the geniuses of the other 6 major prefectures? After arriving at the seats, Zhuowen suddenly asked Song Dai, who wasn't far from him. Since Song Dai said that she had a good impression of him, and Zhuowen wasn't familiar with the other 6 major prefectures, he naturally had to make good use of Song Dai's information. Under the somewhat cold gazes of Song Yang and Yao Zhixing, Song Dai smiled at Zhuowen without any hesitation. "Actually, our great Song prefecture is ranked near the top among the 7 major prefectures. Among them, the 2 major factions that we should pay attention to should be the Great Zhou Prefecture and the Great Qin Prefecture. These 2 prefectures are ranked in the top 2 among the 7 major prefectures. The geniuses that they have dispatched this time should also be at the Emperor's stage. As for the remaining 4 prefectures, the Great Jia Prefecture, Great Chu Prefecture, Great Han Prefecture, and Great Tang Prefecture, these 4 are not worth mentioning. Among the 7 major prefectures, these 4 prefectures are on the weaker side. The number of geniuses they have is also far from being comparable to our Great Song Prefecture. The strongest genius that they have dispatched this time should also be unable to compare to the geniuses of our Great Song Prefecture." Zhuowen nodded his head when he heard these words. It seemed that the Great Song Prefecture was ranked around third among the 7 major prefectures. However, even the third-ranked Great Song Prefecture had such a powerful prefecture master. He really didn't know how terrifying the first-ranked Great Zhou Prefecture and the second-ranked Great Qin Prefecture would be. The strength of these 2 prefecture masters was likely above Songjia. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Chapter 1184. Chaotic battle. The 4 teams arrived in the sky and slowly landed on the other 4 seats below the stage. Songjia slowly stood up, cupped his hands together, and laughed heartily. Songjia is honored to receive the 4 Mansion Masters. These 4 teams are the Great Frame Mansion, Great Chu Mansion, Great Han Mansion, and Great Tang Mansion. The Great Frame Mansion's Mansion Master is called Yang Liang. The Great Chu Mansion's Mansion Master is called Chu Yu. The Great Han Mansion's Mansion Master is called Lu Gao, and the Great Tang Mansion's Mansion Master is called Li Shiyu. The 4 of them are mid-level martial emperors and are the top experts of the Pang Great World. Songjia said to Zhuowen in a low voice. Zhuowen nodded. His gaze gathered on the 4 Mansion Masters of the 4 Great Mansions. There was a trace of seriousness in his eyes. The 4 Mansion Masters' auras were very powerful. They were about the same level as Azura Island's Azura, but slightly weaker than the Great Song Mansions. They should be 4th-level martial emperors. Moreover, Zhuowen discovered that none of the geniuses brought by the 4 Great Mansions were martial emperors. The highest cultivation was only at the peak Heavenly Venerate. It seemed that the gap between the 4 Great Mansions and the Great Song Mansion was not small. The 4 Mansion Masters cupped their hands politely towards Songjia. However, they did not show too much enthusiasm. They were just being polite. They knew that the other party would be difficult opponents in the hero competition later. Naturally, they would not show too much enthusiasm. Songjia also knew what the 4 Mansion Masters were thinking. He merely smiled faintly and waited silently. The 4 Mansion Masters did not pose any threat to the Great Song Mansion. Therefore, he did not pay too much attention to them. His main focus was the Great Zhou Mansion and the Great Qi Mansion. These 2 mansions were his most advantageous competitors. After waiting for a while, 2 groups flew over from the horizon. These 2 groups consisted of 6 people each. The leader of one of the groups had an extremely sturdy figure. His entire body was covered in bronze armor, and he wore a bronze mask on his face. A pair of sharp eyes emitted a dense cold glow through the mask. The leader of the other team was dressed in a golden robe with a 5-clawed golden dragon embroidered on the front of the robe. The golden light was like the blazing sun, appearing very dazzling. The muscular man in the bronze armor is the Great Zhou Institute's Mansion Master, Zhou Bin. His strength is terrifying and above my father's. The man in the golden robe is the Great Qin Institute's Mansion Master, Qin Xian. His strength is on par with my father's, Songjia said in a low voice. Haha, Songjia, I really didn't expect that the right to hold this heroes' assembly would be seized by you. That's really strange. As soon as he landed on the ground, Qin Xian, who was wearing a golden robe, spoke loudly with a sarcastic tone. Songjia frowned and snorted. Qin Xian, it's indeed a little rare, but it's still much better than someone who didn't get it. When these words were spoken, Qin Xian's expression turned slightly ugly. Just as he was about to flare up, he was stopped by Zhou Bin beside him. Zhou Bin, who was wearing a bronze mask, coldly said, Qin Xian, we're here to participate in the heroes' assembly, not to quarrel. Qin Xian was silent when he heard these words. He looked at Zhou Bin with an extremely fearful gaze. Zhou Bin was very powerful and could be said to be the strongest mansion master among the 7 great mansion masters. Even though Qin Xian was arrogant and thought highly of himself, he still felt somewhat lacking in confidence in front of such an existence. Therefore, he didn't dare to refute Zhou Bin's words. Songjia, when will the heroes' assembly begin? Zhou Bin asked Songjia. Songjia looked at Zhou Bin with some fear and said in a deep voice, the 2 of you can go to your respective seats first. I'll make arrangements for the heroes' assembly. Zhou Bin and Qin Xian nodded when they heard this and brought their respective teams to the other 2 seats. Standing behind Songjia, Zhuan's gaze landed on the 10 people in the teams behind Zhou Bin and Qin Xian. These 10 people were the geniuses of the Great Zhou Academy and the Great Qin Mansion. Every one of them had a terrifying aura. In particular, there were a few among them whose auras were as vast as the ocean. Even Zhuan felt threatened by them. Zhuan secretly made a mental note before withdrawing his gaze. He knew that he would definitely encounter the geniuses of the other manors in the battle royale. If he were to encounter the strongest geniuses of the Great Zhou Academy and the Great Qin Mansion in advance, he would likely have to use some of his trump cards in order to have a chance of victory. The rules of the Heroes' Assembly are actually very simple. It is a battle royale. The first round will be divided into 5 battles. Every mansion will send out a genius. In the battle royale of 7 people, only one person will be able to successfully remain. As for whether or not you can remain, it will all depend on your ability. At that time, only 5 people will enter the second round. I wonder if the 6 mansion heads have any objections? Sangjia looked around and said in a clear voice. The 4 mansion heads of the Great Frame Academy, the Great Chu Academy, the Great Tang Academy, and the Great Han Academy faintly knitted their brows. The rules of this battle royale were extremely cruel. Moreover, it was clearly much more disadvantageous for the 4 weaker manors. However, although the 4 mansion heads knitted their brows tightly, they did not say anything. This was because the strongest Great Zhou Academy and the Great Qin Mansion had not expressed their opinions. Even if they did, it would be useless. Zhou Bin and Qin Xian looked at each other and nodded. None of us have any objections. Since Brother Zhou and Brother Qin have no objections, I wonder what the 4 of you think? Sangjia was all smiles as he stared at the other 4 mansion heads. The expressions of the 4 mansion heads turned a little stiff. However, they could only force a smile as they said, "We naturally have no objections." Since there are no objections, let's begin. Sangjia waved his right hand. His actions were extremely decisive. Immediately, the enormous stage 100 meters in the air slowly unfurled. A dark blue screen of light spread out around the stage. Now, everyone can send out a genius onto the stage, Sangjia said with a smile. Zhou Bin nodded. Soon after, he turned to a youth with a dark gaze behind him and said, "Zhou Lan, you go first." The youth who was called Zhou Lan was wearing bronze armor. Both his gauntlets and kneecaps were forged from bronze. Although he was not as tall as Zhou Bin, he was still over 10 feet tall and looked like a small giant. This Zhou Lan should be the weakest of the 5 geniuses from the Great Zhou Academy. Sangjia stood beside Zhuan and said with a faint smile. Zhuan nodded. The Great Zhou Academy was indeed extraordinary. Among the 5 geniuses this time, there were actually 2 Emperor Stage practitioners, while the other 3 were peak heavenly venerates. The geniuses from the Great Qin Mansion were about the same as the Great Song Mansion, with 1 Emperor and 4 peak heavenly venerates. Zhou Lan, who had been sent by the Great Zhou Institute, was also a peak heavenly venerate. When Zhou Lan's muscular body leapt onto the arena, a terrifying aura erupted and the enormous arena in the sky began to shake violently. Qin Xian gave a look to a martial artist behind him. That martial artist nodded his head and also leapt onto the stage. His aura was on par with Zhou Lan's. When the 2 of them went up, their eyes exploded with a monstrous fighting spirit. When they saw that the geniuses sent out by the Great Qin Mansion and the Great Zhou Mansion were so powerful, the expressions of the Great Frame Mansion, the Great Tang Mansion, the Great Han Mansion, and the Great Chu Mansion became somewhat unsightly. This was because the strongest geniuses behind them were only peak heavenly venerables. Thus, if they wanted to send out geniuses to enter the second round, they had to send out their strongest geniuses in the first round. When they thought about how the weakest disciples sent out by the Great Qin Mansion and the Great Zhou Academy were comparable to their strongest disciples, the 4 mansion masters could not help but feel somewhat dejected. However, they naturally would not give up because of this. No matter what, they had to win the first round. Therefore, the 4 mansion masters had the same idea, sending out their strongest peak heavenly venerate practitioners. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. After the geniuses from the 4 great manors landed on the stage, Only the geniuses from the Great Song Mansion had yet to step onto the stage. Song Jie did not panic. Instead, his gaze landed on Zhuowen and Yao Zhesheng as he smiled faintly and said, "Which one of you will go first?" Zhuowen did not react to these words, but Yao Zhesheng frowned slightly. Song Jie had selected the two of them for the first round. Evidently, he felt that the two of them were inferior to Song Fei and Song Yong from the Great Song Mansion. The weakest of the five should be Zhuowen. I think it's more appropriate to send him up for the first round, Yao Zhesheng coldly said. Song Jie raised his eyebrows and said with a spurious smile, "Are you so sure that Zhuowen is weaker than you?" Song Jie's attitude caused Yao Zhesheng to frown slightly. Could it be that Song Jie still believed that he was inferior to Zhuowen? This made Yao Zhesheng feel somewhat uncomfortable in his heart. It's fine to send Zhuowen up for the first round. After all, the geniuses from the Great Zhou Mansion and the Great Qin Mansion are the weakest of the five. Our Great Song Mansion cannot fall behind. Song Yang, who was standing beside Song Jie, said indifferently. Song Jie's eyes flickered when he heard Song Yang's words. However, he smiled at Zhuowen and said, "Zhuowen, do you plan to accept the first round?" Zhuowen shrugged and said indifferently, "Since everyone thinks that I'm the weakest, why not let me fight?" Facing a peak heavenly venerate cultivator, Zhuowen did not need to expend much effort to achieve victory. What reason did Zhuowen have to let go of such an opportunity that came knocking on his door? Good. Zhuowen, I look forward to your triumphant return. Sangja nodded and said with a smile, "Mansion Master thinks too highly of this guy. I think that he might be the first to be eliminated." Yao Zhesheng sneered. Zhuowen did not pay any attention to Yao Zhesheng, who was mocking and ridiculing him. He knew that once the results of the first round were out, he would naturally be slapped in the face. There was no need for him to compete with a mad dog. Swoosh! Zhuowen stepped onto the stage and narrowed his eyes slightly. This first round should be considered the most difficult of the 7 rounds. After all, other than the Great Qin Mansion and the Great Zhou Mansion, the other 4 manors had sent their strongest geniuses. Therefore, all 7 of them were peak heavenly venerates. 7 enormous auras crushed down like towering mountains, causing the atmosphere to become somewhat solemn. Below the stage, countless Great Song City cultivators raised their heads and stared at the huge stage. Their eyes were filled with anticipation. A clash between geniuses from the 7 manors was not something that could be seen on a normal day. Now let the melee begin. Chapter 1185. Clean and efficient. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds of intense yuan power collisions were like a great bell that filled the entire stage. On the stage, the 7 cultivators all exploded with their own powerful strength as they shot towards the closest cultivator. Swoosh! Zhuowen had yet to make a move when he felt a sharp gust of wind sweeping over. Turning his head to look, he saw a youth with a dark expression and steady footsteps pouncing towards him with a sinister grin. Zhuowen had some impression of this person. He was the strongest genius in the Great Chu Mansion. Song Jie had previously introduced him to the names and situations of the other 6 mansions' geniuses. This person was called Chu Tian, the most outstanding genius in the Great Chu Mansion. Boom! Zhuowen punched out. Terrifying force was like ripples in water as it violently collided with Chu Tian's fists. Subsequently, Chu Tian's expression changed slightly as he was actually forced back dozens of steps. On the other hand, Zhuowen also consciously retreated dozens of steps. Although it would not be a problem for him to defeat Chu Tian with a single punch with his current strength, he did not want to stand out too much. After all, the stage was currently a chaotic battle. If he stood out, he would undoubtedly be attacked by everyone. This was not an outcome he wanted. If 6 peak heavenly venerates joined forces to attack him, he would have to use his trump cards to deal with them. This was only the first battle, so there was no need for Zhuowen to reveal too much. You do have some strength. Chu Tian stabilized his body as a sliver of fear faintly appeared in his eyes as he looked at Zhuowen. The situation of Chu Tian and Zhuowen's clash was naturally witnessed by the 3 geniuses from the Great Chu Mansion, Great Tang Mansion, and Great Han Mansion. They exchanged glances before shooting towards Zhou and the Great Qin Mansion's genius respectively. Compared to the Great Song residence, the Great Qin residence, and the Great Zhou residence, their four residences were extremely weak. Thus, they had already secretly formed an alliance before coming here. They knew that if they did not form an alliance, they might be eliminated one by the other three residences. Only by joining forces would they have a chance at survival. Since the Great Song Mansion had sent out Zhuowen, Chu Tian was more than enough to deal with him, so they naturally did not need to pay too much attention to him. Right now, the three of them needed to pay attention to the Great Zhou Mansion's Zhou and the Great Qin Mansion's genius. As long as they eliminated those two, the remaining spots would be a fair competition between the four of them. The two of us will deal with Zhou. You go deal with the Great Qin Residence's Qin Mu. The genius from the Great Tang Mansion said to the genius from the Great Frey Mansion. Then, together with the genius from the Great Han Mansion, they rushed towards Zhou. Each of them used their strongest moves in an attempt to eliminate Zhou. They really overestimate themselves. The corners of Zhou mouth were filled with a sneer as he shouted in a low voice. Unknowingly, a pair of bronze axes had appeared in his hands. With a wave of his hands, an extremely frightening gale erupted from the axes, whistling as they shot towards the two geniuses from the Great Frey Mansion and the Great Han Mansion. The expressions of the two geniuses from the Great Frey Mansion and the Great Han Mansion slightly changed. They both took out their respective weapons and swung them together in an attempt to block the incoming axes. Bang! The sound of metal colliding rang out. Soon after, the expressions of the two geniuses from the Great Frey Mansion and the Great Han Mansion changed at the same time. They only felt an enormous force acting on their bodies, causing their forward momentum to abruptly freeze. Scram! Zhou loudly shouted as the muscles in his hands swelled. Azure Yuan power covered the large axes in his hands. Instantly, an azure glow erupted, causing the two geniuses from the Great Frey Mansion and the Great Han Mansion to fly backwards at the same time. When the two of them stabilized their bodies a dozen or so meters away, they were shocked to discover that the webbing between the thumb and index finger of their right hand, which held their weapons, had actually split open. Where are the two of you looking at? Just when the two geniuses from the Great Frey Mansion and the Great Han Mansion were shocked by Zhou strength, an indifferent voice resounded in their ears. Shortly after, the two of them turned around in shock. They instantly saw that Zhou had unknowingly appeared behind the two of them. The pair of large axes whistled through the wind and swept towards them once again. Boom! Boom! Two muffled groans sounded out. Soon after, the two geniuses from the Great Frey Mansion and the Great Han Mansion were directly sent flying out of the stage by Zhou attack. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two mansion lords from the Great Frey Mansion and the Great Han Mansion respectively flew out and caught the two geniuses that were sent flying backwards. Their faces were slightly gloomy. They never imagined that their strongest geniuses would actually be unable to withstand two moves from Zhou even after joining forces. The gap between them was simply too big. The instant the two geniuses from the Great Frey Mansion and the Great Han Mansion were eliminated, another figure was sent flying backwards. Soon after, the Great Tang Mansion's mansion lord caught this figure in his hands. Needless to say, this figure was naturally the strongest genius from the Great Tang Mansion. This genius opponent was the Great Qin Mansion's Qin Mu. However, he actually didn't last for long before being eliminated. It seemed like the gap between the four great mansions and the three great mansions was truly too big. There's still Chu Tian who hasn't been eliminated. The Great Chu Mansion's mansion lord wasn't happy at all. This was because the strength of the Great Zhou Mansion's Zhou and the Great Qin Mansion's Qin Mu was too terrifying. Even if Chu Tian defeated the Great Song Mansion's Zhuowen, it wouldn't make any difference. There were still the two monsters, Zhou and Qin Mu, waiting for him. At this moment, Zhuowen was casually exchanging blows with Chu Tian. At the same time, a portion of his attention was placed on Zhou and Qin Mu. When he saw the two of them eliminating the geniuses from the Great Frey Mansion, the Great Tang Mansion, and the Great Han Mansion, a trace of astonishment appeared in his eyes. Although Zhou Lan and Qin Mu were also peak heavenly venerables, their battle strength was much stronger than ordinary peak heavenly venerables. However, they were still much weaker than first-level martial emperors. "I'm not playing with you anymore," Zhuan indifferently said. Soon after, he clenched his right hand into a fist and withdrew it to his lower abdomen. His right foot stepped forward, and his right fist punched out. "You're still not playing with me? Do you think you're very strong?" Chu Tian was unable to restrain his anger when he heard Zhuowen's words. He coldly said as he drew a curved blade, raised it above his head, and fiercely chopped down. He wanted to cut Zhuowen in half. "Break!" Zhuowen's fist smashed onto the curved blade. Soon after, a blazing golden light erupted. The curved blade that was chopping down froze, and soon after, it directly shattered. The fist that was suffused with golden light continued forward, passing through countless fragments of the blade and smashing into Chu Tian's chest. Ugh! Chu Tian vomited a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. He was caught by the hands of the great Chu Mansion chief, whose expression was ugly. From now on, the geniuses from the 4 great manors were basically all eliminated. Only the 3 geniuses from the Great Zhou Mansion, the Great Qin Mansion, and the Great Song Mansion remained on the stage. Zhuowen's strength is not bad, but it should stop here. Whether it's Zhou Lan or Qin Mu, neither of them is someone that Zhuowen can deal with. Yao Zhixing crossed his arms as he spoke in a rather confident manner. Zhou Lan and Qin Mu, even if he wanted to deal with them, without paying a certain price, it would be difficult for him to win. Moreover, Yao Zhixing subconsciously believed that Zhuo Wen's strength was inferior to his, which was why he said that. Zhuowen is not simple. Perhaps there will be some unexpected results. Song Jie softly chuckled. A cold light flashed in Yao Zhixing's and Song Yang's eyes at the same time when they heard Song Jie's words. In the adjacent seats, the corners of the Great Zhou Mansion chief, Zhou Bin's mouth curled slightly as he said to the Great Qin Mansion Chief Qin Exine, "Brother Qin, I'm afraid that Zhou Lan will be able to advance this time." Qin Exine's brows furrowed slightly as he shook his head and said, "Brother Zhou, the results are not out yet. It's still too early to make a conclusion. Then let's wait and see the results of this battle." The corners of Zhou Bin's mouth curled slightly. He was still very confident in Zhou Lan. Although Qin Mu's strength was not bad, he was able to tell with a single glance that there was still a gap between Qin Mu and Zhou Lan. As for the Great Song Mansion Zhuowen, he did not pay much attention to him. After all, the Great Song Mansion should have sent out their weakest genius this time. How could the Great Song Mansion's foundations compare to his Great Zhou and Great Qin? "Brother Qin, looks like the spot for this battle will be decided between the 2 of us." Zhou Lan stared at Qin Mu as she spoke with overflowing battle intent. Qin Mu shrugged as he faintly smiled and said, "Actually, I've long wanted to experience Brother Zhou's strength. However, I've never had the chance before. This is a good opportunity." Zhou Lan and Qin Mu exchanged questions and answers, completely ignoring Zhuowen, who was standing to the side. Evidently, the 2 of them did not care about Zhuowen at all. "Are the 2 of you planning to ignore me?" Zhuowen slowly walked over as his clear voice rang out on the stage. Soon after, the expressions of Qin Mu and Zhou Lan, who were still conversing, turned slightly sluggish. The 2 of them turned their heads at the same time and coldly stared at Zhuowen. "Brother Zhou, I nearly forgot that there is still an ant here. I think our battle will have to be delayed for a while. I want to deal with this fellow first before fighting with you." As he spoke, Qin Mu stomped his feet and grabbed the air with his right hand. Suddenly, a broadsword appeared in his hand. Qin Mu waved his right hand, and the broadsword came crashing down like a mountain. On the other hand, Zhou Lan quietly hovered in the air as she looked down at Zhuowen. In her opinion, it should be easy for Qin Mu to deal with Zhuowen. After all, Zhuowen's performance in the previous battle with Chu Tian was lukewarm. Therefore, the 2 of them did not pay much attention to Zhuowen. 7 kills. Zhuowen flicked his finger, and the 7 kills blade appeared in his hand. Then he bent his knees and stomped his feet on the ground. His entire body shot out like an arrow leaving the bow. A terrifying killing aura erupted from his body as 8 blood seas appeared in the air and appeared under Zhuowen's feet. Slash! Zhuowen gently slashed out. The 7 kills blade carried the might of the surging blood seas and heavily smashed onto Qin Mu's broadsword. Then, the latter felt a huge force that he could not resist. Then, he was directly suppressed by this force and flew out, falling to the ground like a meteorite. Rumble. However, just as Qin Mu was about to land on the ground, Zhuowen appeared in front of Qin Mu like a ghost. His left hand formed a palm and suddenly smashed into Qin Mu's chest, after which Qin Mu let out a muffled groan and directly flew backwards, landing outside the arena. Boom! Chapter 1186. The second round, a smile emerged from the corners of Great Tsang Manor's Tsang Jie's mouth. Evidently, he was rather happy that Zhuowen had defeated Qin Mu. Standing behind Qin Mu, Yao Zhixing's brows were slightly furrowed. As for Tsang Yang, he was as calm as still water. A battle between peak heavenly venerates was truly nothing in his eyes. Looks like this Zhuowen is truly not simple. I wonder if he will be a match for Zhou. An amused smile appeared from the corners of Tsang Jie's mouth. Her beautiful eyes were filled with anticipation. Humph! I believe that he is still no match for Zhou. Yao Zhixing said in a somewhat unhappy voice. Tsang Jie did not refute. Her beautiful eyes looked past Yao Zhixing and landed on Zhuowen. This scene caused Yao Zhixing's expression to become increasingly ugly. The great Qin Manor's master, Qin Exalted, waved his sleeve. Surging yuan power gushed out and lifted Qin Mu, who had fallen off the stage, before placing him on the spectator stand. Mana Master, I've disappointed you. Qin Mu bowed slightly as his voice trembled. Qin Exalted waved his hand and said, I know that you've done your best. The young man, sent by the great Tsang Manor, is not simple. You should go and recuperate first. Qin Mu nodded. He silently walked to a spot behind Qin Exalted and sat down. His back seemed to be somewhat down and out. Brother Qin, your great Qin Manor is somewhat lacking. To think that you would be defeated by a nameless young man. Zhobin smiled faintly. There was a trace of mockery in his voice. Qin Mu's gaze was dark as he coldly said, I believe that your great Zhou Institute's Zhou Lan will not gain any advantage against him. Heh. There is no need for Brother Qin to worry. Zhou Lan is still capable of dealing with him. Zhou Bin's eyes were filled with confidence. On the stage, Zhou Lan stared at Zhuowen in astonishment as she softly chuckled and said, Your strength is not bad. To think that you've defeated Qin Mu. It's all right. Now it's your turn. Zhuowen nodded. Soon after, he slowly walked toward Zhou Lan. This scene caused Zhou Lan's expression to turn sluggish. Soon after, her gaze turned cold as she said, Looks like you're very confident. However, your confidence will not last for long. As she spoke, Zhou Lan took a step forward and the bronze axes in her hands whizzed out. In an instant, she appeared in front of Zhuowen. Her hands clasped together and the 2 axes in her hands chopped towards Zhuowen in the middle, intending to completely pulverize him. Whoosh! Zhuowen, on the other hand, was not afraid. He slashed out with the 7-kill saber in his hand. 8 blood seas rushed out like 8 blood pythons and enveloped Zhuowen's body, forming a blood-colored defense. Bang! The huge axes swept over and smashed onto the 8 blood seas. Following that, Zhou Lan only felt the huge axes in her hands become sluggish. The axes that hacked onto the blood seas were actually completely sluggish, unable to move in the slightest. Kill! In the instant that Zhou Lan's body froze due to the sea of blood, Zhuowen slashed out with his saber, fiercely slamming into Zhou Lan's dual axes. Bang! The sound of metal clashing rang out. Following that, Zhou Lan let out a muffled groan and retreated dozens of steps. The instant that he stabilized his body, Zhuowen instantly arrived. The 7-kill saber in his hand slashed out again and again. Countless saber shadows wreaked havoc like a storm. In the midst of these terrifying saber shadows, Zhou Lan was like a small boat in the middle of the sea that could capsize at any time. Bastard! Zhou Lan cursed in anger. However, his heart was filled with fear. Zhuan's attack was actually so swift and fierce that it was beyond his expectations. Falling Phoenix Slash. As she spoke, Zhou Lan suddenly raised her dual axes. Suddenly, a green glow burst out from the blades of the dual axes. Following that, the terrifying green glow converged into a green phoenix that soared into the sky and charged toward Zhuan. Life destruction. Zhuan did not hold back. The 7 kills saber slashed out horizontally. The space behind him split open, and an extremely large blood-colored saber shadow swept out. This saber shadow was very powerful, and it rumbled as it came crashing down. Rumble. The blood-colored saber shadow and the green phoenix collided. Soon after, an extremely terrifying explosive energy erupted from the two. However, this explosion only lasted for a moment before the green phoenix emitted a mournful wail. Soon after, the blood-colored saber shadow descended and chopped the green phoenix into pieces. Zhou Lan's pupils shrunk when he saw the green phoenix that was instantly destroyed. With a muffled groan, he spat out a large mouthful of blood and retreated dozens of steps. His face was as pale as snow. Swoosh! In the instant that Zhou Lan retreated, Zhuan took a step in the air and shot out like an arrow from a bow. In the instant that Zhou Lan's strength was exhausted, Zhuan slashed out with his blade. Zhou Lan's expression greatly changed. He held his 2 axes horizontally, wanting to block Zhou Wen's attack. Bang! Weapons clashed as Zhou Lan once again spat out a mouthful of blood. He was sent flying and landed outside the stage. Bang! The instant Zhou Lan smashed onto the ground, the surrounding atmosphere once again fell into a stagnant state. Even the smile on the Great Zhou Institute's headmaster Zhou Bin's face had completely frozen. Zhuan has actually won, huh? Song Jie was the first to react as he laughed out loud. His eyes were filled with mirth. On the viewing platform, Song Dai's beautiful eyes curved slightly like crescent moons, as if she had already expected this outcome. As for Yao Zhisheng, his brows were slightly furrowed. He did not expect that Zhuan would actually defeat Zhou Lan. Swoosh! Zhuan slowly landed on the viewing platform. Song Jie stood up and patted Zhuan's shoulders with both hands as he smiled and said, Zhuan, you've done well this time. You've won the first match and given our Great Song Institute a good start. Zhuan smiled faintly. Just as he was about to speak, Yao Zhisheng's ambiguous voice sounded. In the first match, the Great Zhou Institute and Great Qin Institute sent out their weakest geniuses. There's nothing special about winning. There's indeed nothing special about it. I wonder if Brother Yao will be able to win the second match? Zhuan faintly smiled. Upon hearing these words, the iciness in Yao Zhisheng's eyes gradually thickened as he icily replied, Of course. Then I look forward to Brother Yao's performance in the second match. Zhuan softly chuckled, not minding the mockery in Yao Zhisheng's words as he calmly walked to Song Dai's side. Yao Zhisheng's brows furrowed slightly, but he did not know what to say. Looks like you've hidden your strength rather well. Although Zhou Lan is the weakest amongst the 5 geniuses of the Great Zhou Institute, she is still much stronger than an ordinary peak heavenly venerate. Song Dai softly chuckled. Zhuan shook his head and nonchalantly said, My luck is rather good. Zhou Lan is indeed rather strong. Upon hearing these words, Song Dai deeply glanced at Zhuan. She could also hear the evasive intent in Zhuan's words. It was obvious that he did not wish to discuss this matter any further. She was a smart woman and knew when to stop. In the Great Zhou Institute's seating area, Zhou Lan lowered her head and walked to Zhou Bin's side. Her legs trembled slightly as she said, Headmaster. Zhou Bin waved his sleeve and coldly said, No need to say anything, go to the back. Zhou Lan's gaze flickered. In the end, he could only nod his head. Soon after, he dejectedly walked to an inconspicuous corner at the back of the seats. The other 4 geniuses from the Great Zhou Institute did not even glance at Zhou Lan. In their minds, a loser did not need any sympathy or pity. Why have I never heard of this young man called Zhuan before? He should not be a genius from the Great Song Manor. Zhou Bin's gaze landed on Zhuowen in the great Song Manor's seating area as his eyes narrowed, and he softly muttered, "Let the second match begin." Song Jie slowly stood up, his face flushed red. Zhuowen's victory in the first match was a pleasant surprise for him. The other 6 headmasters naturally did not have any objections, and each sent out their second genius. The great Song Manor sent out Yao Zhixing. What was worth noting was that the great Qin Manor had sent out their strongest genius, Qin Lei. His cultivation was similar to Song Yang's, the first layer Emperor stage. The great Qin Manor's unexpected move had caught the other 6 headmasters somewhat unprepared. The result of the second match went without saying. The great Qin Manor naturally won, while Yao Zhixing was unlucky enough to be eliminated. After the second match, Yao Zhixing sullenly returned to his seat. When he saw Zhuowen's faintly discernible mocking gaze, his mood immediately sank. "It seems that I have overestimated Brother Yao. It seems that Brother Yao did not win the second match, as you said," Zhuowen indifferently said. Yao Zhixing's expression froze, and the veins on his forehead bulged. He coldly said, "You can only say that you were lucky. The first match was against weaklings. The second match was against the great Qin Manor's Qin Lei. It's normal for you to lose." "Ha! Brother Yao is right. It's normal for you to lose," Zhuowen said meaningfully. Yao Zhixing's eyes narrowed as he looked at Zhuowen with fury. However, with Song Jie in the seating area, he could not flare up. He could only coldly say, "Actually, I'm quite looking forward to your match against Qin Lei. At that time, you'll know how lowly you are." Perhaps. Zhuowen no longer argued with Yao Zhixing. Instead, his gaze landed on the stage above. At this moment, the third match had begun. The great Song Manor had sent out their strongest genius, Song Yang. The great Zhou Manor, great Qin Manor, and great Song Manor seemed to have reached some kind of agreement. They did not deliberately let the Emperor Realm cultivators clash in the first round, and instead let them advance to the second round one by one. After all, Emperor Realm cultivators were the geniuses of their respective prefectures. If they encountered one in the first round, the losses would outweigh the gains. Song Yang was an Emperor Realm cultivator. With a single move, he swept out all the geniuses from the other 6 great prefectures. Afterwards, he leisurely landed on his seat with his chin slightly raised. He did not even glance at the others, as if they were not worthy of his attention. For the fourth match, the great Zhou Manor sent out their second genius, Zhou Hui. This Zhou Hui was also a first heaven emperor, and he won the fourth match. For the fifth match, the great Zhou Manor sent out their number 1 genius, Zhou Chang. Zhou Chang's cultivation seemed to be at the first heaven emperor realm, but it was said that he had reached the peak of the first heaven emperor realm, and was even stronger than Zhou Hui. Naturally, he won the fifth match without exception. However, Zhuowen faintly felt that this Zhou Chang was not simple. It was likely that the aura he revealed was not his true strength. Thus, the 5 battles were completely over. The remaining 5 cultivators advanced to the second round. These 5 are the great Qin Manor's Qin Lei, the great Zhou Manor's Zhou Hui and Zhou Chang, and the great Song Manor's Zhuowen and Song Yang. Chapter 1187. Qiongqi Copper Sword Sangja stood up and announced in a clear voice, "The first round has ended. Now, we will proceed to the second round." The rules of the second round are also very simple. The winners will fight in pairs, and the losers will be eliminated. Because there are 5 people, one of them will definitely be given a bye. The 4 great mansion masters of the Great Frame Mansion, the Great Han Mansion, the Great Tang Mansion, and the Great Chu Mansion did not say anything. They stood numbly in their seats without making a sound. This was because practically all the geniuses from their 4 great manors had been eliminated in the first round. The remaining ones were basically the geniuses from the Great Zhou Mansion, the Great Qin Mansion, and the Great Song Mansion. The Great Zhou Mansion's Zhou Bin and the Great Qin Mansion's Qin Xian naturally did not have any objections. Now, let's begin drawing lots. Only one person will be the champion of the hero gathering this time. Whoever wins will obtain the right to gather the map fragments from the prefecture that person belongs to. After Song Jie finished speaking, he waved his sleeve and 5 light sticks flew out from his hand. Extremely intimidating light exploded from the eyes of the 5 people standing on the stage. One by one, they extended their right hands and received the exposed light sticks into their palms. Zhuowen beckoned with his right hand and received a light stick. After flipping it over, he was astonished to discover that the light stick he had drawn was actually an empty stick. In other words, he was the one who had been given it by this time. The 5 of you can reveal your light sticks. Among these 5 light sticks, one of them is an empty stick. Which one of you has obtained it? Songjia asked in an indifferent voice. When these words were spoken, the gazes of quite a few people gathered on the 5 people below the stage. Being able to draw an empty stick was undoubtedly extremely good luck. After all, they did not need to fight this time. Being able to maintain their peak condition for the next battle was extremely beneficial to the 5 of them. Zhuowen did not conceal anything. With a flip of his right hand, the light stick was brought out and he said, "The empty stick is in my hand." Because of Zhuowen's action, the surrounding atmosphere also became quiet. Obviously, no one had expected that the lucky one to draw an empty lot would be the one with the lowest cultivation among the 5, Zhuowen. Many people sighed at Zhuowen's good luck. On the other hand, the other 4 geniuses in the arena looked straight ahead. They did not care that Zhuowen had drawn an empty lot. After all, Zhuowen's cultivation was at the peak of the Heavenly Master Realm. He posed no threat to the 4 of them. From the beginning, they had already ignored Zhuowen's existence. Songjia was stunned at first, but then he smiled and said, "Zhuowen, since you have drawn the blank lot, you can come down first." Zhuowen nodded his head and leaped down, returning to the great Song Manor's seat. As soon as he returned to his seat, Yao Zhixing's mocking voice sounded out again. "Yo, your luck is pretty good. You were actually able to draw an empty lot. Looks like you can still stay in this hero assembly for a while." Zhuowen completely ignored Yao Zhixing's sarcastic eyes. He walked past him, came to the corner of his seat, and stood quietly. Song Dai, who was standing on the other side, walked to Zhuowen's side. With a sweet smile on her face, she said softly, "Zhuowen, your luck is pretty good. You were actually able to draw an empty lot. However, I think that even if you did not draw an empty lot, you should still be able to advance to the next battle, right?" Hearing this, Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and took a deep look at Song Dai. This woman's cultivation did not seem high, but her eyes revealed the brilliance of wisdom, which made Zhuowen's heart faintly raise a trace of vigilance. This Song Dai was not simple. How can Miss Song Dai be so sure? I am only a peak heavenly venerate. How can I compete with those Emperor Realm cultivators? Zhuowen smiled faintly. Because you look too calm. There can only be 2 reasons why you can remain so calm while standing beside 4 Emperor Realm geniuses. The first is that you are deliberately pretending, and the second is that you have a certain level of confidence. Confidence requires great strength to support it. Moreover, I can't see any signs of you pretending. Song Dai softly smiled. Zhuowen glanced at Song Dai and said, "Perhaps." At this moment, the 4 people on the stage had also revealed their respective glowing lots. The Great Qin Manor's Qin lay against the Great Zhou Institute's Zhou Hui, and the Great Song Manor's Song Yang against the Great Zhou Institute's Zhou Chang. When these matchups were revealed, Song Jie frowned slightly. He did not expect Song Yang to face Zhou Chang so early. Zhou Chang was the #1 genius of the Great Zhou Institute, and had entered the first layer Emperor Realm a year earlier than Song Yang. Moreover, it was said that Zhou Chang had previously been in seclusion in the Great Zhou Institute and had only recently emerged. No one knew how strong Zhou Chang was now. Therefore, when he saw Song Yang against Zhou Chang, Song Jie's brows were tightly knitted together as a trace of ominous feeling rose in his heart. Although he was worried about Song Yang, Song Jie also knew that since his opponent had already been decided, it naturally could not be casually changed. Thinking of this, Song Jie's right hand reached out into the void. Immediately, a terrifying mighty force burst out from his sleeve. This mighty force was very frightening. When it acted on the stage in the air, it immediately split the huge stage into 2. The 2 stages quietly and magnificently floated 100 meters in the air. Swoosh, swoosh. Zhou Hui and Qin Lei leaped onto the stage on the left, while Zhou Chang and Song Yang leaped onto the stage on the right. For terrifying emperor auras, like towering mountains, caused the surrounding atmosphere to immediately freeze. At the same time, the winds and clouds in the sky changed. For emperor stars of different colors descended below and landed around the four figures. For different types of star power diffused outwards, appearing very dazzling. Now let the battle begin, Song Jie said indifferently. Immediately, for terrifying yuan qi fluctuations burst out from the two stages. What followed was an intense collision. Every time Emperor Realm cultivators clashed, the aftershocks would have a terrifying power that could shake the heavens and the earth. On the stage, when everyone saw the Emperor auras diffusing from the stage, their hearts trembled and their eyes were filled with reverence. Qin Lei and Zhou Hui's cultivation and strength were about the same, so the two of them clashed fiercely. It was almost a head-on collision, and it was difficult to tell who had the upper hand. After dozens of rounds, both of them took out their respective emperor weapons. Qin Lei's weapon was a long golden spear that was about 10 feet long. The tip of the golden spear was in the shape of a snake, and the body of the spear was covered with golden lines like a golden python. Zhou Hui's emperor weapon was a large bronze bell. When he punched the surface of the bell, a deafening sound was produced. Moreover, the sound waves of the bell also had a terrifying offensive power. Boom! After taking out their emperor weapons, the collision between Qin Lei and Zhou Hui became even more intense. The surging yuan qi fluctuations caused the stage under their feet to shake violently. Traces of cracks appeared on the surface of the stage, as if it would shatter at any time. While Qin Lei and Zhou Hui were clashing fiercely on the other stage, Zhou Chang and Song Yang were facing each other. Song Yang looked at Zhou Chang fearfully. When Zhou Chang had broken through to the Emperor Realm, Song Yang had only been a late-stage heavenly master. Now that a few years had passed, he naturally didn't believe that Zhou Chang hadn't improved at all. He even suspected that Zhou Chang had broken through to the second Heaven Emperor Realm. However, what puzzled him was that Zhou Chang's aura was still around first-level Emperor Realm. This made Song Yang hesitate. Zhou Chang's hair was as black as ink, and his eyes were like stars. He had a tall nose and an imposing appearance. He was like a treasured sword that revealed its sharpness. He was like a rare dragon that only appeared once in 100 years. Just by standing there quietly, he could involuntarily attract everyone's attention. At this moment, Zhou Chang slowly walked over. His eyes flashed with sharpness as they fell on Song Yang. He said indifferently, "Song Yang, go ahead." Song Yang frowned slightly and snorted coldly. He took a step forward and 9 exploding golden stars surrounded his body. Then Song Yang whistled like a storm and instantly appeared in front of Zhou Chang. His right hand formed a claw and pressed down on the void. Suddenly, a violent wind blew and the 9 exploding golden stars smashed down one after another like 9 meteorites. Zhou Chang's eyes were as calm as still water. He took a step forward and waved his right hand. Instantly, the 9 bronze stars floating in the void behind him began to move in a strange trajectory, forming a huge bronze giant. The bronze giant punched out. Boom, 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 boom. Song Yang's 9 exploding golden stars exploded into countless golden dust under the bronze giant's punch. Song Yang's expression changed drastically, and he took a few steps back. Boom, boom, boom. The bronze giant followed closely behind. Its fan-like hand descended from the sky and grabbed at Song Yang again, trying to grab him. Song Yang's eyes turned cold. He flicked his finger, and a snake-shaped halberd landed in his palm. Then, he twisted his right palm, and the snake-shaped halberd shot out like a drill. The halberd pierced through the bronze giant's palm. "Break!" Song Yang shouted in a low voice, and the great halberd in the shape of a snake burst out with a blazing green light. This green light turned into a huge green python, and this python stuck out its tongue and coiled around the bronze giant. Crack! The giant green python possessed an extremely terrifying entanglement ability. This entanglement ability possessed the strength of 1,000 caddies, and it ruthlessly restrained the giant green python. Soon after, the sound of bones cracking was emitted. The bronze giant had actually been directly shattered by the giant green python's entanglement. Swoosh! When the bronze giant was crushed, the light in Song Yang's eyes became even more intense. He took a step forward, and the snake-shaped halberd landed in his palm. His entire body rushed out like a butterfly. The sharp whistling sound produced by the halberd rubbing against the air was ear-piercing. Zhou Chang frowned slightly. Clearly, the destruction of the bronze giant was beyond his expectations. He snorted coldly. He knew that Song Yang's snake-shaped halberd was a genuine emperor weapon. If he did not use his emperor weapon, he would be at a disadvantage. With a flick of his finger, a bronze longsword appeared in Zhou Chang's right hand. The longsword was made of bronze. The bronze longsword's hilt was carved with the head of a strange beast. The strange beast opened its mouth as if it wanted to swallow the entire bronze sword. This is the Qiong Qi bronze sword. It has merged with a strand of the essence blood of the ancient fierce beast, Qiong Qi. It contains a strand of Qiong Qi's ferocious power. You will still lose. Chapter 1188. A slight possibility this roar had the power to shake the heavens and split the earth. The entire arena shook violently as a ring-shaped sound wave spread out. It swept out at the speed of sound and instantly enveloped Song Yang. Dragon Snake Evolution. Song Yang's face changed slightly. He stepped to the side and waved the snake-shaped halberd in his right hand. Suddenly, a powerful chi burst out and formed a strange creature that looked like a snake, but wasn't a snake. It looked like a dragon, but wasn't a dragon. This dragon snake's body was extremely huge, nearly 100 feet long. Its huge body was wrapped in layers, enveloping Song Yang's entire body. Its bright scales formed an extremely strong defense. Boom! Boom! The ring-shaped sound wave spread out and landed heavily on the dragon snake's body. However, it was completely blocked by the dragon snake's tough scales. When the sound wave disappeared, the dragon snake slowly separated, revealing Song Yang, whose face was somewhat pale. Interesting. Song Yang, it seems like you're about to reach the second level of the Emperor realm. Zhou Chang smiled as he looked at Song Yang. Song Yang was not excited by Zhou Chang's praise. Instead, his eyes darkened as he said coldly, "You broke through?" Zhou Chang didn't say anything. Instead, he smiled confidently and asked, "What do you think?" As he spoke, Zhou Chang took a step forward. An aura that was even more terrifying than before swept out. This aura was like 10,000 horses galloping, like a hurricane, like a tsunami, like the dark clouds in the sky, crushing down. It was as if an extremely terrifying mountain was pressing down on the entire arena. Zhou Chang's long hair fluttered in the wind, and his sleeves fluttered in the wind. He gave off a dignified aura without being angry. His eyes were as dazzling as the stars in the night sky, and the light from the 9 Emperor stars was much more intense than before. It was as if Zhou Chang had become a different person in an instant. "Tung!" Songjit suddenly stood up and muttered with an ugly expression. Zhou Chang has reached the second level of the Emperor realm. Has he really reached the second level of the Emperor realm? Everyone in the Great Song Mansion was shocked. No one had expected that Zhou Chang had been hiding his aura all this while pretending to be a First Heaven Emperor realm expert. Now that he had unleashed his aura, Song Yang was going to suffer. In the Institute of Great Zhou's seating area, Zhou Bin crossed his arms, a smile on his face. Zhou Chang had emerged from seclusion 3 months ago. At that time, he had already successfully broken through to the second layer of the Martial Emperor realm. The reason why he had pretended to be a first-layer Martial Emperor was to create this effect under such circumstances. Zhou Bin also knew that once Zhou Chang revealed his second Heaven Emperor realm cultivation, the victory of this hero assembly would definitely belong to his Great Song Manor. Thinking that he would be able to obtain the complete map of the Great Devil Sect ruins, Zhou Bin couldn't help but feel excited. Although he knew that after the ancient ruins of 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 the ancient ruins. The complete map of the Great Devil Sect ruins represented that one had the greatest chance of obtaining the greatest benefits from the Great Devil Sect. Therefore, this was the main reason why the 7 Great Mansion Masters were rushing over like ducks. On the stage, Zhou Chang stood quietly. His eyes fell on the pale-faced Song Yang as he said indifferently, "You should give up now. You should know the difference between the Second Heaven Emperor realm and the First Heaven Emperor realm." Song Yang's eyes flickered and his face was filled with unwillingness. Then, as if he had made up his mind, he took the initiative to charge towards Zhou Chang with the snake halberd in his hand. "Although you have reached the Second Heaven Emperor realm, I won't give up without trying." Song Yang's cold voice rang out as he arrived in front of Zhou Chang in an instant. Then he swung his right hand forward and the dragon snake behind him roared. It opened its bloody mouth and tried to swallow Zhou Chang whole. "Is this your final struggle?" Zhou Chang shook his head, and a mocking look appeared on his face. Then he slashed out with the bronze sword in his right hand. At the same time, he took a step forward with the bronze sword. Green sword shadows shot out like thousands of arrows and landed on the dragon snake that was charging towards him. Bang! 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 Then, a dazzling ball of light exploded. When the ball of light disappeared, Zhou Chang took a step forward. At this moment, the dragon snake was covered in wounds after being attacked by the sword shadows just now. Swoosh! Swoosh! Zhou Chang slashed out with the bronze sword in his hand. The green sword light was like a green crescent moon as it slammed heavily on the dragon snake's chest. The green sword light paused for a moment before it pierced through the dragon snake's chest without any hindrance. Puff! The green sword light swept past, and the dragon snake seemed to have frozen in midair. Then, it let out a sorrowful cry and shattered into countless light spots. Bang! The sword light was like a rainbow as it passed through the dragon snake and continued to rush towards Song Yang at the back. Its speed had risen to the limit. Song Yang's face was dark as he took a step forward. With a twist of his right hand, the snake-shaped halberd in his hand suddenly shot out. The halberd's forked tip suddenly blocked the sword light. Boom! An explosion rang out, and Song Yang was forced back dozens of steps until he reached the edge of the stage. Terrifying Yuan power had shattered the sword light. However, Song Yang was not in a good condition either. His face was as pale as snow, and a trace of cherry red blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. His right hand, which was holding onto the snake-shaped halberd, was violently trembling. Didn't I tell you before? You were struggling before your death. If you had given up earlier, you wouldn't have had to suffer such pain. Just as Song Yang stabilized his body, an indifferent voice rang out. Song Yang's heart trembled as he suddenly raised his head. He saw that Zhou Chang had unknowingly appeared above him. The bronze sword in Zhou Chang's right hand suddenly slashed out. The green sword light swept out vertically and ruthlessly smashed down. Bang! Song Yang raised both of his hands, and the serpentine halberd attempted to block the attack. Soon after, the sound of metal clashing rang out, and the serpentine halberd was directly sent flying. Song Yang spat out a mouthful of blood and heavily smashed down from the stage, landing outside of it. The sound of a heavy object falling to the ground rang out, causing the originally quiet stage to become even quieter. Everyone's gaze first fell on Song Yang, who was lying on the ground. Then they shifted their gaze to the stage. Zhou Chang's robe and messy hair were fluttering in the wind. The slightly stagnant atmosphere did not last for long. Then there was a burst of gasps. Zhou Chang was terrifying. Song Yang was the #1 genius of the Great Song Mansion and a genius at the peak of the first-level Emperor realm who had touched the second-level Emperor realm. However, he was defeated by Zhou Chong in just a few moves. Zhou Chong is so terrifying. It seems like the winner of the hero competition will be Zhou Chong. Everyone looked at Zhou Chong with eyes filled with respect. Song Jie's gaze was extremely gloomy. The other people who belonged to the Great Song Mansion also fell into silence. For a moment, the Great Song Mansion's seats were extremely solemn. Song Jie let out a low sigh. He waved his sleeve and brought Song Yang, who had fallen to the ground, back. Song Yang's current condition was quite miserable. His robe was torn in many places, his hair was messy, blood was flowing out from the corner of his mouth, and his gaze was slightly unfocused. Mansion Master, I'm sorry. As soon as he landed, Song Yang quickly knelt on the ground with one knee and lowered his head. Song Jie waved his hand and said helplessly, "It's not your fault. Zhou Chong is indeed too strong. After all, the former has advanced to the second-level Emperor realm. With your current cultivation, it's not possible for you to be his opponent. Now, you should go down and recuperate." Song Yang nodded and walked slowly to the back seat. He sat cross-legged on the ground and began to recuperate from his injuries. This time, his defeat was not unjustified. No one had expected Zhou Chang's cultivation to have reached the second-level Emperor realm. Therefore, Song Jie felt somewhat helpless. Bang! Not long after Song Yang's defeat, another miserable figure fell from the stage. This person was dressed in golden robes and had a somewhat sinister gaze. It was the Great Qin Mansion's Qin Lei. Qin Lei's opponent, Zhou Hui, was not in a good condition either. His body was covered in wounds, and he was panting heavily. His clothes were tattered. Although Zhou Hui had won, it was a Pyrrhic victory. Given his current condition, he probably did not have the strength to fight another match. The Great Qin Mansion's Master Qin Xian's face was a little purple. With a wave of his sleeve, he brought the extremely miserable Qin Lei back to his seat. After losing a portion of his yuan power, Qin Lei's condition had improved a lot. Song Jie, I think there's no need for the next round. The results are already very clear. My Great Zhou Mansion has won both rounds. This map fragment should belong to my Great Zhou Mansion. Zhou Bin's laughter was exceptionally loud. His ear-piercing voice resounded throughout the entire stage, causing many people's eardrums to hurt. Although Zhou Bin's loud and clear voice made quite a few people unhappy, what Zhou Bin had said was indeed the truth. There are only 3 people left: Zhou Chong, Zhou Hui, and Zhuowen. Zhou Chong and Zhou Hui were both geniuses of the Great Zhou Institute, while Zhuowen was only a genius of the Great Song Prefecture. More importantly, Zhuowen was only a mere peak heavenly venerate. Let alone Zhou Chong, who was a second-level emperor. Zhuowen was probably not even a match for Zhou Hui, who was a first-level emperor. Looks like the Great Demon Sex map fragment will have to be handed over to the Great Zhou Mansion. Yao Zhisheng softly sighed. That may not be the case. Isn't there still one more person from our Great Song Mansion? Zhuowen hasn't even gone up yet. Song Jie's clear voice suddenly rang out. However, her words drew mocking laughter from many people. Among them, Yao Zhisheng sneered as he cast a sideways glance at Zhuowen, who was silently standing to one side, and chuckled, "Junior sister Song Jie, do you really think highly of this guy? He's only a peak heavenly venerate. What power does he have to turn the tide? He will only embarrass the Great Song Mansion if he goes up." Song Jie also shook her head slightly and sighed softly. Yao Zhisheng is right. Zhuowen's cultivation is indeed a little low. Even Song Yang has been defeated. The victory belongs to the Great Zhou Mansion. Chapter 1189. Chaotic mortal world. A trace of astonishment flashed across Song Jie's eyes when he saw the smile on Zhuowen's face. On the other hand, Yao Zhisheng took a step forward and pointed at Zhuowen as he said, "That's enough. With your cultivation, you will only be making a fool of yourself. You can afford to lose face, but our Great Song Manor can't. Do you really think you're a god emperor?" Boom! Just as Yao Zhisheng finished his sentence, a golden light burst forth, bringing with it an unparalleled aura as it slammed into his chest. Yao Zhisheng's expression changed slightly as he raised both of his hands. The yuan force in his body circulated crazily as he pushed both of his hands in an attempt to block the sudden golden light. Crack! The crisp sound of bones cracking abruptly rang out. Soon after, Yao Zhixing let out a miserable shriek as he was sent flying from his seat and heavily smashed into the ground below. Zhuowen silently withdrew his fist and stood there, looking down at Yao Zhixing, who had fallen onto his seat. That streak of golden light was the result of Zhuowen's Buddhist power. After cultivating the great sun nirvana to the point of immortality and indestructibility, Zhuowen's strength had increased by hundreds and thousands. A mere peak heavenly venerate was indeed unable to cause any harm to him. Yao Zhixing's hands were practically twisted and trembling. His gaze towards Zhuowen was already filled with fear. How did Zhuowen's strength become so terrifying? A single punch was enough to cripple his hands. Was this still the strength of a peak heavenly venerate? Songjia looked at Zhuowen in astonishment. Evidently, the ease with which Zhuowen had defeated Yao Zhixing was somewhat out of his expectations. Man or master, don't tell me you don't even dare to try? Zhuowen suddenly smiled. A blazing light flashed into Songjia's eyes when he heard these words. He slapped his thigh and said, "Since you have such intentions, I'll accompany you in your madness. Go up and give a try this time." At this moment, Zhou Bin in the Great Zhou Institute's seating area was already somewhat impatient. He stared at Songjia and said, "Songjia, the situation is already very clear. How long do you plan to drag this out?" Many people below the stage also looked at Songjia in astonishment. Evidently, their thoughts were similar to Zhou Bin's. The situation was already very clear, and there was no need to hesitate. Songjia slowly stood up and said indifferently, "Zhou Bin, the hero assembly isn't over yet? Why are you in such a hurry?" Zhou Bin's eyes darkened when he heard these words. He coldly said, "What do you mean by this? Don't tell me you still intend to fight? With a little peak heavenly venerate beside you?" Songjia didn't say anything, but Zhuowen stepped out and came to the arena. He said loudly, "I haven't been eliminated yet, have I? Why are you in such a hurry? Songjia? Everyone below the stage was stunned when they heard that. On the stage, Zhou Hui and Zhou Chong also focused their gazes on Zhuowen, whose aura was at the peak of the heavenly Exalt stage. Their eyes were filled with curiosity. In the Great Zhou Institute's seating area, Zhou Bin was first taken aback. Soon after, he laughed heartily as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. You plan to continue fighting. You, a peak heavenly venerate, plan to fight the first-level heavenly venerate Zhou Hui and the second-level heavenly venerate Zhou Chong? Ha! The other cultivators in the Great Zhou Institute's seating area also laughed without the slightest restraint. Even many of the spectators below the stage laughed along. Everyone believed that Zhuowen was absolutely crazy. A peak heavenly venerate actually planned to fight two heavenly venerate emperors, one of whom was even a second-level heavenly venerate emperor. You're just an ant who overestimates himself. On the stage, Zhou Hui, who was originally sitting cross-legged and recuperating, slowly stood up. The gaze he used to look at Zhuowen became extremely dark. Zhou Chong silently stood on the other side. He only glanced at Zhuowen once before no longer paying any attention. He did not even place a first-level heavenly venerate emperor in his eyes, let alone a mere peak heavenly venerate like Zhuowen. Songjia coldly said, "Zhuowen is right. He has not been eliminated. The following battles still need to continue." The laughter in the surroundings gradually died down after hearing Songjia's words. Although many people did not quite understand Songjia's actions, this hero assembly was ultimately organized by him. The decision was still in Songjia's hands. Since the great Song Manor still wants to continue, let's continue. Zhou Bin crossed his arms and sneered. Songjia nodded. Soon after, he waved his sleeve, and 3 more light sticks shot out. Zhuowen, Zhou Chong, and Zhou Hui each took a light stick. Zhuowen flipped his right hand and saw the word on the surface of the light stick. His luck was clearly not the same as the previous time where he had drawn an empty stick. Those who have drawn an empty stick, show me your empty stick and step out. Songjia indifferently said. Zhou Chang slowly stepped forward. The light stick in his hand was completely blank. Evidently, the empty stick had landed in Zhou Chang's hand. Then you can step down first. Sanjay nodded. Zhou Chang naturally had no objections and slowly walked down the stage. However, when he passed by Zhou Hui, his soft voice sounded, "Against an ant like this, be quick and decisive. Finish him off as soon as possible." Zhou Hui nodded and laughed sinisterly. "Don't worry, Brother Chang. I will finish off this ant in one move." Zhou Hui's voice was not soft. Perhaps he had purposely raised his voice so that Zhuowen could hear him. Zhou Chang nodded and took a step forward. He left the stage and landed in the Great Zhou Institute's seating area. His hands were behind his back as he silently watched everything unfold on the stage. Overestimating yourself. So what if you have strength that far surpasses an ordinary peak heavenly venerate? A heavenly venerate is still a heavenly venerate. At this moment, Yao Zhixing had also returned to the Great Song Manor's seating area. His gaze was dark and cold to the extreme. He had completely lost face this time. Both of his hands had been crippled by Zhuowen in a single move. This was a vicious slap to his face. Although his hands had already been repaired, the humiliation of being slapped in the face was something that he would never forget. Song Yang, who was seated at the back, merely took a glance at the arena before he continued to recuperate in a disinterested manner. His thoughts were the same as Yao Zhixing's. They both believed that Zhuowen was overestimating himself. On the stage, Zhuowen's gaze was indifferent as he asked, "You plan on finishing me off in one move?" Zhou Hui's hands clenched as he chuckled. "One move is already too much for me. Overestimating ant, get lost." With a low roar, Zhou Hui's feet pushed off the ground as he shot forward like an arrow. The howling wind was like the wild neighing of horse hooves. When he was within 5 meters of Zhuowen, his fists came from both sides and hammered toward Zhuowen. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed. The 7 murders blade in his right hand was unsheathed. Massacring aura was released as 8 blood seas revolved around his body like 8 blood-colored armor. Boom! Zhou Hui's fist was stopped in front of the blood-colored armor, causing Zhou Hui's brows to furrow slightly. With a cold snort, the Yuan power on his fist grew even more terrifying. Crack! The blood-colored escape armor instantly shattered, and the pair of fists continued to press down on Zhuowen, who was within the blood-colored escape armor. However, Zhou Hui was stunned to discover that his fists had struck empty air. There was no one behind the blood-colored escape armor. Destruction of life. At this moment, an indifferent voice came from behind Zhou Hui. Zhou Hui suddenly turned his head and saw Zhuowen's cold gaze. With 3 pairs of lightning wings on his back, Zhou Hui raised the 7 murders blade above his head and slashed downwards. Rumble! A thunderous sound rang out, following which a blood-colored blade shadow that was dozens of feet long descended from the crack in space and fell towards Zhou Hui's head. Zhou Hui was caught off guard. He could only raise his hands, and the surging palm energy in his palms spat out, forming a flickering green shield in front of him. Bang! The blood-colored blade shadow heavily slammed onto the green shield. Immediately, an ear-piercing explosion erupted. The blazing light caused many people below the stage to squint their eyes and blur their vision. When their vision gradually became clear, a muffled groan was heard, following which a rather burly figure retreated from the ball of light, only stopping when he reached the edge. Everyone's gaze fell on the retreating figure. When they saw that the figure was Zhou Hui, they all revealed a look of disbelief. Zhou Hui, who was at the first-level Emperor realm, had clashed with Zhuowen, who was at the peak of the heavenly sovereign realm. However, Zhou Hui was the one who had retreated. Swoosh! An air-rending sound rang out. Zhuowen was not going to let Zhou Hui off. He swept his leg over and slashed out with the 7 murders blade in his right hand. The blood-colored blade shadow appeared again and rushed towards Zhou Hui. He wanted to eliminate Zhou Hui with this move. "Bastard! You gone too far!" Zhou Hui roared. He flicked his finger and took out his emperor weapon, the bronze bell. He slammed his right fist on the bell, and a ring-shaped sound wave spread out, forming layers of energy ripples. The moment the blood-colored blade shadow collided with the sound wave, its forward momentum stagnated as if it had fallen into a swamp. Didn't you say that you would finish me off in one move? What's the number now? Zhuo Wenchang stood on the blood-colored saber shadow. His cold gaze landed on Zhou Hui below. His indifferent voice contained a trace of mockery. Hearing these words, Zhou Hui's face turned green and white. He roared and punched the bronze bell several times. Each punch carried the power of 1,000 caddies. The sound waves of the bell chimes overlapped, forming a terrifying sound wave that filled the entire arena. It was like a tsunami, and the blood-red blade shadow began to shake. You're quite tenacious. Zhuowen's gaze turned cold. He waved his 7 murders blade again, and a depraved aura spread out from the blade. Chaotic mortal world. An aura of depravity filled the air. The mysterious aura of depravity spread out like an invisible cloud. Zhou Hui was affected by the aura of depravity, causing his fist that was hammering at the bronze bell to pause for a moment. He thought of his parents who were shot to death by arrows when he was a child, and his little sister who was still crying piteously for food. Zhou Hui knelt down and held his head with both hands as he growled, "No." Soon, Zhou Hui felt that something was wrong. He opened his eyes abruptly. Only then did he realize that what he saw just now was all an illusion. Or rather, it could be said that the depraved will of the chaotic mundane world had used his memories as a medium to create a realistic illusion. You'll be eliminated. A figure flashed in front of Zhou Hui, and a blade shadow slashed at the bronze bell in front of Zhou Hui. Then, a crisp sound of metal clashing rang out. Zhou Hui, who had just woken up from his stupor, was completely caught off guard. He was sent flying by the force of the blade and smashed outside the arena. Boom! Chapter 1190. The boundless Dharma. Everyone's gazes landed on Zhou Hui, who had landed on the ground. The first-level Emperor Zhou Hui had actually been defeated by the peak heavenly venerate Zhuowen. Moreover, he had been defeated in such a straightforward manner. The Great Zhou Institute and Great Song Institute seats fell into silence. The atmosphere in the Great Zhou Institute was solemn, while the Great Song Institute was shocked. He actually won. Song Jian mumbled, an excited smile unconsciously appearing from the corners of his mouth. Yao Zhixing was stunned. As for Tsang Yang, who was originally seated on the ground, he abruptly opened his eyes when he heard the strange atmosphere. Soon after, he saw Zhuowen silently standing on the stage. "Oh, where's Zhou Hui?" Tsang Yang softly muttered. He followed the crowd's gazes and saw the miserable-looking Zhou Hui on the ground. His pupils shrank to the size of needles, and his mouth was slightly agape. The first-level Emperor Zhou Hui had actually been defeated. How did this kid do it? Tsang Yang softly muttered. The smile on Zhou Bin's face completely froze as his gaze darkened slightly. With a wave of his sleeve, he brought Zhou Hui, who had fallen below the stage, back to his seat. His right palm pressed against Zhou Bin's back as surging yuan power gushed out and poured into Zhou Hui's body, completely healing his injuries. However, Zhou Hui remained kneeling on the ground with his head on the ground. He did not dare to speak. He was a first-level emperor, yet he had been defeated by an ant-like peak heavenly venerate cultivator. This was definitely the greatest humiliation of his life. Hence, he could not face Zhou Bin. Sigh, don't blame yourself. Zhuowen is indeed not simple. In particular, that final strike was extremely stunning. Your defeat is not unjust. Zhou Bin softly sighed and said in an indifferent voice. However, Zhou Bin's words caused Zhou Hui to clench his fists even tighter. Zhou Bin was undoubtedly implying that he was inferior to the peak heavenly venerate Zhuowen. Although he was extremely unwilling in his heart, he could not change the outcome of his defeat. Stomp! A figure walked to Zhou Hui's side. Soon after, an indifferent voice rang out in his ears. Do not be arrogant in victory. Do not be discouraged in defeat. Upon hearing these words, Zhou Hui's body trembled. Soon after, he slowly lifted his head and saw Zhou Chong, whose eyes were as calm as water, looking at him in an indifferent manner. I'm the one who walked into a dead end. Thank you for your advice, Brother Chong. Zhou Hui nodded his head heavily. Soon after, he slowly stood up and walked past Zhou Chong. As he walked to the back of the seats, the dejected look in his eyes gradually disappeared. Instead, they became much clearer and calmer. Looking at Zhou Hui's appearance, Zhou Bin nodded his head. Fortunately, Zhou Chang's words reminded Zhou Hui. Otherwise, the latter might have developed a heart demon because of this. This kid is not simple. How confident are you? Zhou Bin suddenly asked. 100%. As he spoke, Zhou Chang took a step forward and leaped onto the arena like a great rock spreading its wings. His sharp gaze was fixed on Zhuowen. With the Institute of Great Zhou's Zhou Chang stepping up, Zhuowen's chances of victory should be over. The instant Zhou Chang leaped onto the arena, many people below the stage burst into an uproar. Zhou Chang was not Zhou Hui. He was a second-level martial emperor. Even Song Yang of the Great Song Manor had been easily defeated by him, let alone Zhuowen, who was a peak heavenly venerate. Even though Zhuowen had defeated the first-level martial emperor Zhou Hui, there were still many people who were not optimistic about Zhuowen's chances. I wonder if Zhuowen can still create glory in this battle. Songji's eyes were bright as he stared at Zhuowen, a peak heavenly venerate defeating a first-level martial emperor. This was already shocking enough. Moreover, he felt that Zhuowen might still have some trump cards. After all, the current Zhuowen looked far too calm. Under the gazes of tens of thousands of people, the two people on the arena faced each other from afar. Zhou Chang was the first to speak. I never thought that you, who have yet to enter the martial emperor realm, will be able to unleash such terrifying power. You are worthy of being called a monster. However, your journey of victory will now be ended by me. Zhuowen sneered and said, anyone can boast. It's more appropriate for you to say these words after you have defeated me. Zhou Chang's expression froze for a moment. Soon after, the corners of his mouth curled up. Interesting. You are very confident. However, your confidence will soon become a joke. As he spoke, Zhou Chang took a step forward. The pressure from his body swept out like a monstrous tsunami. The atmosphere on the arena became extremely stagnant and terrifying under this pressure. Swoosh! Zhou Chang took one step at a time. When Zhou Chang took his fifth step, the pressure became extremely terrifying. Even Zhuowen felt as if there was a heavy mountain pressing down on his shoulders. His knees slightly bent and his eyebrows slightly furrowed. After which, Zhou Chang stomped his foot and shot out like an arrow from a bow, arriving in front of Zhuowen in an instant. Boom! Zhou Chang threw out a palm. Yuan power spurted out from his palm. It was as if he had teleported and landed in front of Zhuowen. The surging Yuan power set off terrifying energy ripples in the surroundings. Zhuowen frowned slightly. Zhou Chang was indeed powerful. He slashed out with the 7-kill blade in his right hand and used the destruction of life again. A terrifying blood-red blade shadow tore through the air and slammed heavily on Zhou Chang's right palm. Bang! A soft explosion sounded. Then, the blood-red blade shadow that was advancing courageously froze in mid-air. Soon after, it was completely destroyed by Zhou Chang's terrifying palm. Retreat! Zhuowen hurriedly retreated the instant the blood-colored blade shadow was shattered. However, Zhou Chang did not spare Zhuowen after gaining the upper hand. With a stomp of his foot, he followed closely behind Zhuowen. His right palm was like a maggot that stuck to Zhuowen, wanting to completely crush Zhuowen to death. Damn it! Chaotic mortal world. Looking at Zhou Chang's right palm that was stuck to him, Zhuowen cursed in a low voice. The 7-kill saber in his hand slashed out at a speed that seemed slow but was actually fast. A depraved mortal realm concept gushed out and a red mist spread out. Zhou Chang, who was originally following closely behind, paused the moment he came into contact with a mortal realm concept. He frowned slightly as if he had fallen into some kind of deep thought. Destruction of life. Slash. The moment Zhou Chang fell into the mortal world concept, Zhuowen's eyes lit up. He took a step forward and used the destruction of life again. The blood-red blade shadow was like a blood-red mountain that came crashing down with a rumble. When the blood-red blade shadow was a few inches above Zhou Chang's head, Zhou Chang suddenly opened his eyes. A terrifying light burst out from his eyes. Then, he twisted his waist and flicked his right hand. A bronze sword appeared in his hand. Ding! As he raised his sword, a green sword glow soared into the sky and violently collided with the blood-colored blade shadow. Immediately, an extremely frightening explosion erupted from the two of them, following which the blood-colored blade shadow collapsed inch by inch under the bombardment of the green sword glow. No wonder Zhou Hui was defeated by this move. I didn't expect you to have a depraved illusion in your chaotic mortal world. After defeating the blood-red blade shadow, Zhou Chang glanced at Zhuowen indifferently. Then, he took a step forward and rushed toward Zhuowen. Nirvana of the great sun, immortality and indestructibility. The moment Zhuowen rushed toward him, a golden light burst out from his body and turned into the Buddha body of Zhuowen. Bang! Zhuowen opened his eyes. The blazing golden radiance was like two golden pillars that shot out. Then, he threw a punch. The golden radiance of the punch exploded. It was as if the power of the punch was wrapped in the scorching sun. It was extremely terrifying. Boom! The fist radiance and the sword radiance collided. Then, Zhou Chang's pupil shrank as he realized that the sword radiance had been shattered by the punch. Then, Zhuowen threw another punch toward him. Zhou Chang took a step forward and slashed out with his bronze sword. Immediately, the bronze sword and the golden fist collided. The energy shock waves spread out like ripples, causing the entire stage to shake violently. Cracks began to appear on the surface of the stage. Seeing such a terrifying impact, the martial artists below the stage all revealed looks of horror. Many of them even retreated from the aftermath of the collision. What a terrifying power! Boom! Boom! Zhuowen possessed an undying and indestructible body. He threw out punch after punch, each punch containing the force of 1,000 caddies. On the other hand, Zhou Chang held the bronze sword in his hand, blocking Zhuowen's punches as he hurriedly retreated. His heart was filled with shock. Bang! After another punch, Zhou Chang furrowed his brows and retreated a few dozen steps. At the moment he retreated, the sound of something breaking through the air came from behind him. The black-robed Zhuowen slashed at Zhou Chang with the 7 slaughter blade in his hand. His target was Zhou Chang's back. An ominous feeling rose in Zhou Chang's heart. His feet moved, and the bronze sword was placed horizontally on his back. Soon after, the sound of metal clashing rang out. He took a few steps forward and turned around to see the black-robed Zhuowen, who was wielding the 7 slaughter blade. 2 doppelgangers. Looking at the black-robed Zhuowen in front of him and the Buddha body behind him, Zhou Chang's pupils shrank. His heart was in turmoil. The strength of the Buddha body behind him was beyond his expectations. He wondered how much stronger it was compared to the black-robed Zhuowen. Outer body doppelganger. Below the arena, the 7 mansion masters were surprised. They did not expect Zhuowen to have cultivated the secret technique of outer body doppelganger. Although the aura of the outer body Zhuowen was at the peak of the heavenly master realm, the unparalleled physical body had surpassed that of an ordinary emperor realm warrior. It was no wonder that Zhou Chang was suppressed by him. No wonder Zhuowen is so confident. It turns out that he has such a trump card. Song Jie smiled. The strength shown by Zhuowen's Buddha body made him feel relieved. Everyone in the Great Song Mansion's seating area was shocked. Even the wise Song Dai took a few more glances at Zhuowen with a hint of surprise in her eyes. Dharma is boundless. Zhuowen did not hold back anymore. With a low roar, the Buddha body Zhuowen leaped into the air and clasped his hands together. The light wheel behind his head blazed even more fiercely. Then, the light wheel swept out and turned into a giant wheel that was hundreds of feet long. The surface of the giant wheel was inscribed with countless Sanskrit characters. Solemn Sanskrit chants were recited from it. Golden characters surrounded the surface of the light wheel like tadpoles. Boom! As soon as the light wheel was formed, it fell from the sky like a falling sun. At this moment, it was dazzling and brilliant. Chapter 1191. Dream Cloud Swamp, 7-star setting sun sword. Zhou Chang shouted in a low voice. His right hand gripped the bronze sword, while his left hand formed a sword seal. Surging yuan power gushed out. Instantly, a pillar of light gushed out from the tip of the bronze sword. Soon after, the space above the bronze sword directly shattered. 7 stars descended from the crack, surrounding a blazing setting sun. Zhou Chang has used the 7-star setting sun sword. In the Great Zhou Institute's seating area, Zhou Bin suddenly stood up. His eyes were filled with a grave expression as he looked at Zhou Chang. Under countless gazes, the 7-star setting sun sword and the boundless Buddhist light will heavily smash together. Extremely terrifying vibrations spread throughout the area. Soon after, a blazing ball of light exploded on the stage. The ball of light pulsed and contracted, making it look extremely bizarre. The stage below the ball of light was completely shattered into countless pieces. The explosion of the ball of light did not last for very long. When the ball of light gradually disappeared, a miserable figure was sent flying out of the stage. Bang! He landed on the ground like a meteor, emitting a dull thud. When everyone's gazes converged on this figure, gasps rang out one after another. This figure was none other than Zhou Chang. Zhou Chang's face was pale, his hair was disheveled, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He looked extremely miserable. Swish, swish, swish. Everyone's gazes shifted from Zhou Chang to Zhuowen, who was in the arena. The silent atmosphere was broken in an instant, and an uproar rang out like an avalanche. Although everyone was shocked that Zhuowen had defeated Zhou Hui, they could still accept it. However, even Zhou Chang had been defeated. This was a little unbelievable. Zhou Hui was at the first level of the immortal emperor realm. Moreover, he had fought with Qin Mu in the past and had expended a great deal of his energy. He didn't even have a tenth of his original strength left. Being defeated by Zhuowen was only a small surprise to the crowd. However, Zhou Chang was at the second level of the immortal emperor realm, and he was at the peak of the heavenly venerable realm. Yet, Zhuowen was able to defeat Zhou Chang. On the Great Song Manor's seating area, everyone stood up. Their gazes were fixed on Zhuowen, who was on the stage. Their eyes were filled with respect. They knew that in this hero competition, their Great Song Manor had obtained the final victory, and the main reason for this victory was because of Zhuowen, who was standing on the stage. Good. Zhuowen, you were really good. Songjie suddenly stood up, his face full of excitement. Behind him, Song Dai's beautiful eyes were also filled with shock. She stared at Zhuowen, but her heart was in a mess. Yao Zhixing and Song Yang stood stiffly on the spot, like statues. They didn't know what to do. On the stage, Zhuowen waved his right hand. Zhuowen's Buddha body took a step forward and merged with Zhuowen's body. His eyes, which were filled with radiance, landed on Songjie. He said, "Manor Lord, I believe the outcome is already clear." Zhuowen's voice wasn't loud, but it sounded like a great bell. It was extremely clear and resonant. Everyone's gaze landed on Songjie. Songjie slowly stood up in front of everyone's gazes. His eyes were full of smiles as he said in a clear voice, "The final victor of this hero competition is Zhuowen of my Great Song Manor." After saying this, Songjie's face was filled with pride. It was definitely a pleasant surprise for him that his Great Song Manor had defeated the Great Zhou Institute. On the Great Zhou Institute's seating area, Zhou Bin's mouth was agape. In the end, he didn't say a word. The outcome of Zhuowen and Zhou Chang's match was already very clear. Zhou Chang had suffered a crushing defeat, and there was nothing he could say to change the fact that Zhou Chang had lost. Why? You're clearly only a peak heavenly venerate. How can you display such powerful battle strength? Zhou Chang clutched his chest as he stared at Zhuowen on the stage and roared in a low voice. Zhuowen looked down at Zhou Chang below the stage and slowly said, "Why can't a peak heavenly venerate possess the battle strength of a martial emperor?" Zhuowen wasn't surprised that he had defeated Zhou Chang. With his Buddha body, Zhuowen's physical body had reached an undying and indestructible level. His battle strength was completely comparable to a third-level martial emperor. Even a fourth-level martial emperor wouldn't be able to kill the undying Buddha body Zhuowen so easily. Therefore, Zhou Cheng's defeat was inevitable against the Buddha body Zhuowen. After hearing Zhuowen's words, Zhou Cheng abruptly took a few steps back. There was a trace of disappointment in his eyes. He had actually been defeated by Zhuowen. His outcome was almost exactly the same as Zhou Hui's. Mansion Master Cangjie, your great song mansion is really amazing. It's really amazing to have such a monstrous genius. A peak heavenly venerate could actually defeat Zhou Cheng. If this lad's cultivation advances to the Emperor realm, his battle strength will probably be even more terrifying. I really didn't expect Cangjie to have such a trump card. It seems like the top expert in your Great Song Mansion should be Zhuowen. After the Great Song Mansion's victory was announced, the mansion masters of the Great Frame Mansion, the Great Tang Mansion, the Great Han Mansion, and the Great Chu Mansion who had already been eliminated came forward with smiles on their faces. They congratulated Cangjie, and their eyes were filled with enthusiasm. At the same time, their gazes towards Zhuowen were filled with kindness and passion. After Zhuowen consecutively defeated Zhou Hui and Zhou Cheng, everyone knew just how terrifying the potential of this seemingly inconspicuous youth before them would be. Once this lad became a martial emperor, his battle strength would very likely be earth-shattering. Therefore, it was still beneficial for these weaker mansion masters to establish a good relationship with a junior with such terrifying potential. In stark contrast to these enthusiastic headmasters, the headmaster of the Great Zhou Institute, Zhou Bin, as well as the other members of the Great Zhou Institute, had advanced to the final round at the same time. They had originally believed that the final victory of this hero gathering would belong to none other than their Great Zhou Institute. However, Zhuowen of the Great Song Institute had suddenly emerged as a new force to be reckoned with, defeating both Zhou Hui and Zhou Cheng consecutively, forcefully snatching away the victory that originally belonged to their Great Zhou Institute. Behind the Great Song Mansion's seating area, Song Yang's expression was also rather ugly. He was originally the #1 genius of the Great Song Mansion and was revered by countless people. However, he had now been defeated by Zhou Cheng, while Zhou Cheng had been defeated by Zhuowen, whom he had previously not paid much attention to. In an instant, the glory that he had previously enjoyed had completely collapsed. Even the title of the #1 genius of the Great Song Mansion had been crowned by Zhuowen. Cangjie laughed heartily. His eyes were filled with delight. This time, Zhuowen had truly helped him greatly. Therefore, his gaze towards Zhuowen had become increasingly pleasing to the eye. Everyone, since my Great Song Mansion is the victor of this hero gathering, shouldn't everyone fulfill their promise and hand over the incomplete map of the Great Demon Sect ruins? Cangjie slowly floated in the air as his loud and clear voice spread to the ears of the crowd below. As soon as his words came out, everyone's gaze turned sluggish. For a moment, the surrounding atmosphere became somewhat dignified. The faces of the other mansion masters, who were originally filled with enthusiasm, stiffened. Everyone, please don't forget the original intention of holding this hero gathering. After all, everyone has signed an agreement. As for the punishment for violating the agreement, everyone should know about it, right? Cangjie's face suddenly turned cold as he said indifferently, Of course not. However, Cangjie, after you have gathered the incomplete map, you have to announce the complete map's content. This way, we will know the location of the Great Demon Sect ruins, Zhou Bin suddenly said. Cangjie nodded and said, Of course. After all of you are the almighty of your respective mansion. If I were to swallow the map of the Great Demon Sect ruins alone, wouldn't I be seeking my own death? Hearing this, the other mansion masters were relieved. Then, Zhou Bin waved his sleeves in an extremely straightforward manner, and a scroll flew towards Cangjie. With Zhou Bin's good start, the other mansion masters also nodded and threw their scrolls to Cangjie. Cangjie's heart couldn't help but beat wildly when he received 6 scrolls in one go. He flicked his right hand and took out the 7th scroll. Suddenly, the 7 scrolls combined together and burst out an extremely turbulent light. The moment the 7 scrolls combined, Zhuowen's eyes narrowed. This was because he found that the 8th map fragment, which was lying quietly in the spirit ring, had begun to stir. However, Zhuowen calmly suppressed the commotion caused by the 8th map fragment. He didn't want to take out the 8th map fragment so early. After all, the 7 mansion masters were present. If they knew that there was another map fragment with him, they would definitely force him to hand it over. At that time, Zhuowen wouldn't get any benefits at all. The light gradually faded and the 7 scrolls disappeared. What replaced them was a slightly tattered yellowish map. On the map, there were outlines of mountain ranges and regions. Songjie waved his right hand and took the yellowish map in his hand. The other 6 mansion masters rushed over and came to Songjie's side. Everyone, please take a look at the location of the marks on this map for reference. Songjie was quite generous. With a wave of his right hand, the map unfolded above him and showed it to the other 6 mansion masters. This is the dreamy cloud swampland in the extreme north. Zhobin suddenly pointed at an area with a vast body of water on the map and murmured in a low voice. It's very likely. The mark of the great demon sect ruins is near the dreamy cloud swampland. However, this map doesn't seem to be complete. There are many places that haven't been marked, and the specific location of the great demon sect hasn't been marked. Could it be that there are other map fragments that we haven't found? Songjie replied with a slight frown. Yes, this map is still incomplete. I'm afraid that it's still missing some map fragments. The great Qin mansions Qin, Xi, and echoed. When they realized that the map wasn't complete, the 7 mansion masters all frowned. The 7 of them didn't expect that 7 map fragments were unable to form a complete map of the great demon sect ruins. However, we now know that the great demon sect ruins is definitely in the dreamy cloud swampland. It seems that we can only enter the dreamy cloud swampland to search for the great demon sect ruins. My Great Zhou Institute will take our leave first. Chapter 1192. Songjie, the people from his 6 great mansions, quickly left. Songjie waved his right hand and put the map of the ruins of the great demon sect into his sleeve. He then sat down on a seat. Songjie was a little disappointed that the map was not complete. However, it was fortunate that he had a large portion of the map. Once he found the entrance to the great demon sect ruins, he would definitely have an advantage over the others by relying on the map. Zhuowen, this time, it was all thanks to you that my great Song Manor was able to obtain the final victory. Whatever reward you want, feel free to tell me. Although the map was still incomplete, Songjie's mood was still quite good. At this moment, his eyes fell on Zhuowen and his voice was quite gentle. Zhuowen shook his head and transmitted his voice. There is no need for a reward. I only hope that Mansion Master Songjie can give me a copy of the map in your hand. That will be enough. Hearing this, Songjie narrowed his eyes and deeply looked at Zhuowen. He softly smiled and said, "Little fellow, you are quite ambitious. However, this time, most of the credit belongs to you. Therefore, I can agree to this request of yours." Seeing that Songjie had agreed, Zhuowen smiled. This was because he had the 8th map fragment with him. Together with Songjie's first 7 maps, he might be able to gather all of the map fragments. At that time, Zhuowen might be like a fish in water in the great demon sect ruins. Although the 2 of them were transmitting their voice to each other, Songjie's beautiful eyes were filled with wisdom as she stared at Zhuowen. The corner of her mouth revealed a sweet smile. Let's return to the great Song Manor first. I will give you the map fragment later. After speaking, Songjie waved his sleeve and planned to bring Zhuowen back to the great Song Manor. However, Songjie suddenly came in front of Songjie and said in a sweet voice, "Father, bring me back too." Songjie smiled bitterly as he looked at Song Sa, whose lips were curled up. He nodded his head and waved his sleeve. A wave of Yuan power gushed out and wrapped Song Sa and Zhuowen into it. The 3 of them then disappeared from everyone's sight. Song Yang's face was extremely ugly. Ever since Zhuowen helped the great Song Mansion to win, Songjie had never looked at him. He knew that Songjie was disappointed in him. Zhuowen. Song Yang gritted his teeth as he spoke. With a wave of his sleeve, he left the place. In the reception hall of Song Mansion, Songjie landed in the hall with Zhuowen and Song Sa. Songjie did not avoid Song Sa and took out the map of the Great Demon Sect ruins from his sleeve. He pointed with his right hand and engraved an identical map and handed it to Zhuowen. Zhuowen, you have helped me greatly this time. Take this map. If you can successfully find the Great Demon Sect ruins this time, you can enter it and rely on this map. You will definitely have the advantage over others. Songjie said with a faint smile. Thank you, Mansion Master. Zhuowen said in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. Songjie nodded his head and his eyes flickered. He smiled and said, Zhuowen, I see that you don't belong to any sect. Why don't you join my Great Song Mansion? My Great Song Mansion will definitely help you to break through to the Emperor Realm. Zhuowen was stunned. His eyes revealed a hint of pondering as he said, Mansion Master, Zhuowen is flattered that you can personally invite me to join your Great Song Mansion. However, I already have a master. If I were to join another force now, I'm afraid that it would be inappropriate. Songjie was stunned. He immediately thought that with Zhuowen's monstrous talent, it was impossible for him to be self-taught. Then, there was only one possibility. The master who taught Zhuowen was definitely an extremely terrifying existence. That was why he was able to cultivate Zhuowen into such a monstrous and terrifying genius. May I ask, Zhuowen, who is your master? Songjie asked unwillingly. He really couldn't bear to miss out on a genius like Zhuowen. Zhuowen shook his head and said rather appropriately, My master is a reclusive person. He rarely walks around outside. Even if I were to tell you, Mansion Master probably wouldn't know him. It's fine if I don't tell you. Hearing this, Songjie didn't ask too much. Zhuowen's words were already very obvious. He wasn't willing to reveal his master's name and origin. In that case, I won't force you. However, how about you be my Great Song Mansion's guest elder? This guest elder is just a title. There's no obligation for you to do anything. What do you think? Songjie still didn't give up and asked. Since Mansion Master is so kind, if Zhuowen still refuses, it would be a bit unreasonable. Zhuowen will accept the guest elder position. After pondering for a while, Zhuowen agreed to become the guest elder of the Great Song Mansion. Hearing Zhuowen agree, Songjie let out a sigh of relief and laughed out loud. He waved his sleeve and took out a black token. He handed it to Zhuowen and said, This is the identity token of the guest elder of the Great Song Mansion. Keep it well. With this identity, you can move unimpeded in the Great Song Mansion. No one will dare to stop you. After receiving the token, Zhuowen said politely, Thank you, Mansion Master Songjie. All right, I think you haven't visited my Great Song Mansion yet. You could take a good look around here. In a few days, I plan to bring the people of the Great Song Mansion to the dreamy cloud swampland. At that time, you can come with me. After saying that, Songjie left the hall. His footsteps were slightly hurried. It was obvious that he couldn't wait to study the map of the Supreme Demon Sect ruins in his hands. After Songjie left, Zhuowen also planned to leave, but was stopped by Songjie. Is there anything else, Miss Songjie? Zhuowen stopped and stared at Songjie in front of him. Songjie's beautiful eyes revealed a trace of craftiness as she said with a smile, Zhuowen, the reward you want this time is just a map of the Supreme Demon Sect ruins. Do you have another purpose? Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and said coldly, Miss Songjie is thinking too much. I am just curious about the Supreme Demon Sect ruins. Moreover, with the map, entering the Supreme Demon Sect ruins will benefit me a lot. That's all. Songjie laughed and said, Zhuowen, are you still planning to be secretive? You should have the 8th piece of the map on you, right? Zhuowen's pupils shrank into needles. He turned his head and stared at Songjie. He said coldly, Miss Songjie, what are you talking about? I don't know anything about it. You don't have to be secretive in front of me. I already know that you have the 8th piece of the map. Do you still remember Zhang Shui and Ji Fong? Songjie shook her head. Zhang Shui and Ji Fong? It seems that you already knew that I had the map fragment. Why didn't you tell Palace Master Songjie? Zhuowen muttered softly as he stared at Songjie. His voice became colder and more indifferent. Song Jie pouted and snorted. What's the point of telling him? If I told him, he would only take the map fragment from you and not take me to the Supreme Demon Sect ruins. You want to go to the Supreme Demon Sect ruins? Zhuowen frowned. Song Jie's cultivation wasn't high. She was only in the Supreme Realm. In Zhuowen's opinion, with such a cultivation, entering the Dreamy Cloud Swampland was equivalent to courting death. The Dreamy Cloud Swampland was considered an extremely dangerous place in the entire panicked world. It was said that dragons and snakes roamed freely and ferocious beasts were everywhere. Moreover, it was surrounded by dense clouds and mist all year round. In the Dreamy Cloud Swampland, even an Emperor Realm martial artist would suffer if they weren't careful. As for those below the Emperor Realm, there was a high chance that they would die in the Dreamy Cloud Swampland. Therefore, when Song Jie proposed to go to the Dreamy Cloud Swampland, Zhuowen was a little surprised. In his opinion, wasn't this courting death? Yes. It's too boring to be cooped up in the Great Song Mansion all day. I heard that there are many rare treasures in the Supreme Demon Sect. Perhaps if I enter, I will be able to obtain a great opportunity and become a peerless expert. Who knows, my reputation might shock the entire panicked world. As Song Jie spoke, her beautiful eyes were filled with yearning. Looking at Song Jie's expression, Zhuowen's gaze was somewhat helpless. He coldly said, "Your cultivation is too low. Entering the Dreamy Cloud Swampland is simply courting death. I advise you to give up on this idea. Don't I still have you? You are so strong that even Zhou Chong was defeated by you. If you take me to the Dreamy Cloud Swampland, then my life will have another layer of protection." Song Jie grinned and said to Zhuowen, "You want me to protect you?" Zhuowen's expression suddenly turned cold. Song Jie pouted and tenderly snorted. "There are many people who want to protect this young lady. Why are you still unwilling? I'm not used to dragging a burden into a dangerous place like the Dreamy Cloud Swampland. You will implicate me." Zhuowen bluntly refused. "You." Song Jie stamped her foot. She was so angry that her tender body trembled. Zhuowen didn't pay any attention to Song Jie. He took a step forward, wanting to leave the hall directly. However, when he took a few steps, Song Jie's tender snort sounded in his ears. "If you don't take me there, I will reveal the fact that you have the 8th piece of the map. At that time, the 7 mansion masters of the panicked world will know. Let's see what you will do then." Zhuowen's footsteps paused. He turned his head, and a trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes. He stared at Song Jie and said, "Are you threatening me?" Looking at the killing intent in Zhuowen's eyes, Song Jie's heart trembled. However, she still forced herself to remain calm and said, "It's not a threat. I just want to cooperate with you. As long as you take me to the Dreamy Cloud Swampland's Great Demon Sect ruins and take care of my safety, then I won't reveal that you have the 8th piece of the map. Also, if you want to kill me, I think you should give up on that idea. This is the Great Song Mansion. If I die, my father will immediately sense it. At that time, you won't be able to escape the fate of death." Song Jie added. Zhuowen quietly stared at Song Jie. After about 10 breaths, he finally snorted and said, "You win. This time, I will take you to the Dreamy Cloud Swampland. However, you have to listen to my arrangements." "Hee hee. Of course, I will listen to you." That you're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.